Great. Good morning, everybody. I'm happy to join you virtually. Look forward to seeing you in person tomorrow. The first order of business is a swearing in.
Good morning, Chair Robinson. Thank you. I will read the oath in its entirety, and then I will ask each member individually to swear or affirm at the conclusion. And please make sure to raise your right hand while I am conducting the oath. I do solemnly swear or affirm, as the case may be, that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of this Commonwealth, and be faithful and true to the Commonwealth of Kentucky, so long as I continue a citizen thereof, and that I will faithfully execute, to the best of my ability, the office of Kentucky Board of Education member according to law. And I do further solemnly swear or affirm that since the adoption of the present Constitution, I, being a citizen of this state, have not fought a duel with deadly weapons within this state, nor out of it, nor have I sent or accepted a challenge to fight a duel with deadly weapons, nor have I acted as second in carrying a challenge, nor aided or assisted any person thus offending, so help me God. Holly Bloodworth. Sharon Robinson.
I so swear.
Lou Young. Stephen Trimble.
I do.
Michael Borchers.
I do.
Lawrence McCrosby.
I do.
Thank you all.
Well, welcome to our new members. Congratulations to our new appointed members. And we also want to welcome Commissioner Fletcher to his first board meeting in his current role. It is certainly back to school time, but it is not back to work, because I just want to warn all the new members, we operate on the we never close philosophy. And so we look forward to working together to continue to advance the board's vision that each and every Kentucky learner will become an engaged citizen, an empowered learner, prepared to lead a life filled with purpose. Take a moment to certainly welcome our new members, but also to recognize the membership of Dr. McCorby and our new student member, Preston Graham. All of you have some big shoes to fill, as individuals who previously served in these roles were exceptional and have made lasting and exceptional contributions to our work. We're confident that you will all rise to the occasion, because we have exciting things in store and wonderful work to accomplish. But we want to be certain to underscore the importance of teacher and student voice in all of our deliberations. Later on today's agenda, we have an action item that will assign each member to a standing committee. We ask that you honor those assignments for this meeting, and in the interim, before our October meeting, we'll be consulting with each of you to make certain your committee assignments meet with your interest, the place where you best feel you can contribute and learn. So we'll be bringing this assignment proposal back to you in October. So at this point, I will ask Dr. Meredith Brewer to please call the roll.
Holly Bloodworth.
Here.
Mike Borchers.
Here.
Paul Long. Justin Pate. Julie Pyle. Randy Poe. Sharon Robinson.
Here.
Lee Todd.
Here.
Steve Trimble.
Here.
Diane Woods. Lou Young. Lawrence McCroby.
Here.
Preston Graham.
Here.
Secretary Link. President Thompson. Chair, you do have a quorum. And Chair, if I may explain, so our at-large members were reappointed on a different cycle than our Supreme Court district members, and so they did not need to be sworn in again. But we appreciate you all recommitting to the oath, and it's important for us to be reminded of that charge. Thank you so much.
Forever fighting
Thanks.
a duel, but today you've just sworn not to do that. So sorry about that. Yeah. Or be a second.
We have no duels on the agenda. We are, in fact, honored to be meeting at one of the very important assets in the Kentucky education portfolio at the venue of Kentucky State University's Research and Development Farm. And we're honored to have with us Kentucky State University President, Dr. Kofi Akapo. On behalf of the board, Dr. Akapo, we want to really thank you for, and KSU for hosting us in this beautiful facility, and ask that you address us.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. It is a true pleasure and honor to be here this morning with you all. Even though I have a meeting, all-president meeting at 11, I can't miss this. So I want to make sure I get started, and then I will let our dear Provost Daly continue, because we have some exciting things to share with you. The way I will start is I would like this to be interactive. So we have 10 board members and have 10 questions. Not 10 questions, but I have one question, but I need 10 answers. As I was thinking about what to share with you all this morning, I went to AI and asked AI, can you tell me 10 main reasons why teacher turnover is so high, and it's going higher and higher. So AI did a good job. AI gave me 10. So what I'm going to do is, if you don't mind, I will start from left, and just tell me one reason why you think teacher turnover is increasing and is so high. One reason.
Stress.
Thank you. AI said the same thing.
Better pay.
Thank you. AI said the same thing.
Limited opportunities to advance their career.
AI said the same thing. Thank you. That's number 6, actually. Mr. Commissioner.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I would say in Kentucky, if AI has a little bit of Kentucky in them, would be along the lines of red tape and workload.
AI said the same thing. Dr. Young?
I think the lack of autonomy and leadership decision making.
It's like you all have talked to AI. AI says the same thing. Sir?
It would be teacher responsibility, duties, and the workload.
Thank you. AI said the same thing. Dr. Lee?
Personal life changes.
Thank you. AI said the same thing.
Respect for the profession.
Oh, thank you. The same thing.
He just took my answer. But all the above, a lot of stress, and I think the pay has a lot to do with it, and that goes along with the respect.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, it's your turn.
I'm going to say public support, not just respect, but support for the work.
Actually, that's the 10th one on my list here. So now the next question I have for you is, in Kentucky, why is that turnover? This time I need a volunteer.
I think I can answer that for you, President. I think it's around 43%.
Turnover?
Correct.
No, it's too high. It's too lower than that. Anybody want to try? Based on data, research conducted by Jess Clark, in Kentucky, 1 in 4 Kentucky teachers are switching their role. And then they have our 2 biggest districts here. JCPS last year has a 24.9%. And Fayette has 26.1%. And let me preface here, because this percentage of teachers who have now returned include promotion as well. So some people moved within district, but some people got promoted, so they're not part of this list. So I have another study that was done by Titan and Partners. So they mentioned they did a survey around the same time. And their survey found 43% of teachers who participated in the survey said motivating students to engage with material is one of their biggest challenges. The next one is managing their own burnout. That's 38%. And the next one on the list, even though it's not that high, 27%, is addressing student social and emotional needs. This one is crucial, as I will be covering that, and Dr. Daly will also touch on that with you. So, as part of the survey that Titan conducted this year, 21% of teachers said they are planning to leave their profession in 1 to 2 years. But then when we look at the district as a whole, it's only 9%. Among those teachers surveyed, 16% plan to leave their profession between 3 to 5 years. But when we look at the district as a whole, it's a 27%. So there is a contrast here. Teachers are planning to leave within 2 years. It's a higher number compared to personnel within school districts. So then what Titan found also is they asked teachers if they were to stay, what would be the reason? And 50% of teachers surveyed responded that they need a strong connection with other teachers, the leadership, and the community. 49% said they want a school culture and community that they work in. They would like to see more connection. They value that, but they don't think they see that most of the time. And the last group was a student that they work with. They want to know their student better. And then the last one that was conducted by American Educational Research Association this year says 40% more teachers in the U.S., are 40% more likely to experience symptoms of anxiety. And pay attention to this, it's alarming. In comparison with healthcare workers, 20% more likely than office workers, and 30% more likely than workers in other professions like farming and military. As a father of a teacher, and I also have with me P12 teacher who happened to be a father of a teacher, this is alarming. This is alarming. So I ask all this, and I say all this just to tell you that at Kentucky State University, we have seen the problem. We understand the problem, and we're trying to be ahead of the problem. That's why in Dr. Daly's word, if I may borrow that, is we need to burn it down, the way we train teachers, and rebuild it. Because COVID has exacerbated the problem for us. Even though the problem was in existence before, COVID just brought that to light with all the mental health issues that we're facing. What's wrong with this bees? Sorry. So, we know about mental health. We know about the demographic changes. It's a fact, whether we agree or not. Last year, was it last year? Yes. Fayette County became majority school district. So the demographic is changing. We are having more and more students who do not speak English at home, or English is not the first language they speak at home. So all these are changing, but one missing piece, as someone who grew up in Ohio and came to Kentucky in 2018, is what we used to call mental retardation, and then the terminology got changed around 2005 and to call it developmental disability. So developmental disability is something that we don't see, or it's not that obvious to us. But someone with developmental disability is someone who looks like just all of us in this room, but whose brain operates at 5-year level, 10-year level, or even 3-year level. And we're getting many of these kids in the classroom as well. So for the teacher to be, when we train teachers, we train them to go and provide the content. And we're having the same issues in higher ed as well. When all of us at this table went to school, we went for academic needs. But today, the social needs are outweighing the academic needs. But are we training our teachers to face these challenges? That's the question I keep asking our provost and our faculty. Faculty are trained to deliver the content. But more often than not, we do have some faculty members who came from a P12 system. But we have many who gained their PhD and who understand their content. But the reality on the ground today has evolved. Are we preparing the student to meet today's demand? That's the question we keep asking ourselves, because him and I were talking earlier this morning. I see my daughter every day. I think my job is hard. But then I see my daughter every morning. She is driven like her father. So she leaves the house at 6 a.m. when I'm getting ready to leave. And many a times she get back after I get home, because she always want to do it 200%. But my point here is, when she comes home every day, I can attest to the frustration level. Because in the classroom, you have kids with all kinds of issues, challenges, and these kids, all of them need us. But the teachers are not trained to run after special needs kids in the classroom, to run after kids who are throwing things at each other, to run after kids, students who are climbing on the chair, the desk or the table. It's just all kinds of things that teachers are not trained when they come to us to do. Although we have a field experience, it's one good part of it, but we need to do more. So what we're trying to do at Kentucky State University is have a professional in the field be our teachers, or have professional in the field work alongside our faculty, so they know what is happening in the classroom today. Because pre-pandemic, the reality at that time is completely different than the reality today. So how do we train our future teachers to embrace this? Because it's a passion. It takes passion to do the job. And I'll be honest with you, my daughter started talking about being a teacher at age 3 when she started talking. My bedroom, my living room, the back of my car used to be filled with Barbies. And she'll be disciplining Barbies. You listen, turn around, do this. I'm like, honey, something is wrong with you, but that's what she wanted to do. And I have to admit, at one point, I was trying to discourage her from being a teacher, because you all recall early 2000 strike throughout our country, one state after another, and the pay is not there, but the job is demanding. So for us to train our teachers for tomorrow, we have to make sure they are prepared for the job. We make sure they understand the reality on the ground. We make sure we have more shadowing than what we currently have. And that's what we're trying to achieve at Kentucky State University. Trying to burn it down, but also work closely with all the professionals in the field. You all know better. You have seen it, you have experienced it, and you have touched it. So we won't pretend that we know all the solutions, but we can work alongside all the professionals in the field to help us train our teachers, so when they walk in the classroom, they know what to expect. They have an idea. Because when I saw this, I was shocked that teachers in our country are 40% more likely to experience symptoms of anxiety in comparison to healthcare workers. So it is a situation that I'm so glad you all have given us the opportunity to come here and discuss with you all, because it's something that we have to do. Our country needs this. All of us in this room will attest how much impact one or two of our P12 teachers have on us. I can testify. I still can remember my third grade teacher, what he's done and what he put in me allows me to be here today. How he encouraged me to believe in myself, and how early that age he told me, you'll be a great leader, when my parents did not even know that. So it's something that is very dear to us, and I'll turn it to Dr. Daly, as I have to run away, and I apologize for that, but Dr. Daly will do a good job. Any question from you before I head out? No question?
Hey, I was sitting here listening to you, and it was all I could say is hallelujah, hallelujah, pass the plate. We are ready to join you and support the work that you're doing at K-State to build it anew and build it in the context of the requirements of practice today, not based on the romantic views of the past that perhaps still govern too many of our models. So I appreciate so much your opening up this topic for us. It is not a topic that's new to us, but I have to say it's a topic around which we have struggled to understand just how to contribute, how to support, and what we can do. So we look forward to further guidance and direction from you on how we can really get our hands on this issue of the conditions of practice and the preparation for practice for the conditions that exist.
Thank you. I look forward to it as well. Thank you to all.
Thank you so much. So we have a new Kentucky State model in the making. Please provoke us some more.
That is it's a hard act to follow with our president. First of all, I want to congratulate Commissioner Fletcher on your first meeting. I look forward to the vision and mission that you have set forth for our state, our Commonwealth, I should say. And I will take certain liberties. I am a former KBE employee. So I'm really excited to see you in this, and your reputation precedes you. I've met a few people that know you and know you well, and you are a student-centered and child-centered person, sir. So I'm looking forward to that opportunity to learn from you and to have Kentucky lead the nation in education. When Dr. Capo mentioned that we were burning it down, that's a phrase we've kind of adopted across the university because we have to start with that clean sheet of paper. Oftentimes, we are creatures of habit. And so when we say we're going to do something innovative, and I'll look to a colleague of mine, innovative, because that Dr. Young would always push, we need to be innovative. And every time she said that, I looked for that clean sheet of paper because that's what she was talking about when we were in Fayette County together. And oftentimes our conversation would start that way, and then we would revert back to what we already know and what we were already doing, right? And saying, yeah, we can continue to do this. That has been good for us. And it was. Those were good things we were doing. When we got to the higher education discussion and we talked about burning it down, I had a conversation with the president at CPE, Dr. Thompson, and several on that team, Amanda Ellis, you all may know. And I said, I want to start with a clean sheet of paper. I want this really to be truly a clean sheet of paper. And the other thing is, I don't want to rely on our past at all, not just at Kentucky State, but anywhere. And the second thing is I want to actually do what we've planned to do for decades, is work hand in hand with P-12 educators as we burn it down. One of the things that, when I said that, they said, well, first of all, are you serious about this? And I said, deadly serious. And the reason we wanted to burn it down and have P-12 educators is exactly what Dr. Acapo articulated. Our clinical practice experiences are limited to the amount of time you're required to spend in that field before you become a teacher, right? What happens if we do more of those clinical practices? What if we actually created a feedback loop in the P-12 or P-16 environment that allowed us to course correct along the way, to coach, to mentor, to facilitate the level of support? You heard the reasons why people are leaving the profession. You can flip that and say, what are the opportunities for them to stay? And if you flip it and you say, what are the opportunities for them to stay? You can say, what if I had more clinical practice? I had more mentoring teachers. I was built into a team as I did my student teaching. Would I be more likely to be hired at that school if I was a part of the team? If I was already being supported? If I was already contributing to the outcome of those students? The answer is highly likely, yes. When you talk to superintendents and principals around the state, going back decades, they would say, if I had them longer, if I had more time, or sometimes they would say just the opposite, I'm spending more time investing in professional learning, professional development, because they're not ready when they get here. That's an alarming thought, and that's been around for decades. So we are focused on pedagogical practices, clinical experiences, and the hands-on structures that allow the pedagogy to go deeper, the practice to go further, and those clinical experiences to happen more frequently. I experienced something years ago. I was at Clays Mill Elementary School. I was the child guidance specialist there. And it was during the, tell you how long ago, it was during the transition, Dr. Woods, you would probably remember the transition where we went from elementary and junior high schools to middle schools. And our 6th grade rotated up, right? And 9th grade rotated up to high school. And so we had space in our building because we had K-5 now instead of K-6. And during that time, we had the opportunity to have classrooms from higher ed come in. They taught their methodology classes in our building. And then they dispersed their teachers in the schools to work with our hand-selected, and that's key here, our hand-selected teachers, so they could actually apply the methodology they were learning. They could apply the pedagogy that they were learning. Unfortunately, that lasted only 2 years because as populations grew, we no longer had the space. 4 of those teachers that participated were hired in that building. This is decades ago. We're not trying to create something new. We're trying to create something effective and something that has impact. We don't want it to be a front burner issue. We don't want it to be the latest thing since sliced bread. We're not trying to use those colloquial phrases. How do we anchor their learning so superintendents, principals can select teachers that they know, that they've seen, that they've invested in, and that can carry students based on the conditions that teachers are seeing now? That would fill some of the void, because some of that is support. Some of that would reduce stress because you would have a team. Others would force, and I mean the word force, higher ed to think differently about how they're being prepared. So the age-old adage of backward design doesn't apply only to developing a lesson. It doesn't apply just for the unit. It applies to the practice. So we're going to ask the question, what does teaching look like in your school district? What does teaching and learning look like in the classroom? How do you know you can achieve that with the teachers that are coming in? What do you see happening in the preparation program that would have them come in walking in that way? Now our teachers are not going to walk on water when they leave, right? We already know that. So we're not pie in the sky here. But what we want them to have are the essential skills and elements to have reflective practice built in. Unfortunately, reflective practice is not taught in preparation programs because we don't have the clinical time for them to do it. So we need to make that happen. And then we need to do it hand in hand with our P12 educators. So when they look at reflective practice, they can look at themselves and not say, I did it wrong, but hey, all my students didn't get it this time. What do I need to do differently? How do I need to adjust, change my instructive? Am I being responsive in my education? Because the capital that my students bring to me are going to be in different shapes and sizes. They've had different experiences. We hear urban, we hear rural. We've even gone back through the era of poverty and the Ruby Payne era. We have all these things that are happening. All good stuff. We're not holding on to it because we're chasing that next slice of bread. So let's go back to the basic elements of what makes an effective educator. What does it look like? And then backward design that into the preparation program. This is what we hope to do at Kentucky State University. We're not looking at us being genius, or we're trying to, sell the next research article or publish the next paper. Our goal is to make a difference, an impact, as Dr. Akapo would describe, on teacher preparation and, more importantly, on the students that those teachers will serve. It's a simple design. It is a complex problem. And it requires all of us to teach each of them so that they have an opportunity to replicate with their children and their students the opportunity, not just of success, but continuous growth and achievement.
Have indeed
Chair Robinson,
provoked
may.
us to think anew and to refresh our commitment to this issue of the education workforce. It is one that bedevils us, and we kind of tiptoe up to it, but it's not going to be addressed adequately or in the interest of our students with a simple new gadget or the intervention de jour, if you will. It's going to require real systemic and serious change. I love the phrase burn it down, and I love even more the commitment to build it anew, but build it in terms of what we know today with respect to our students' needs, what we know about supporting competent learners, and make sure that all those who prepare to be teachers are first a competent learner, because there's nothing that can happen in pre-service teacher education that will prepare them for all the professional challenges they will encounter. We're confident of that. So what our new teachers also need is to know that they are entering a profession which is itself a community of learners that are committed to support each other and high impact professional practice. from each and every one. Thank you again for coming to get us started on such a really intense, sincere, urgent matter as we step off with new board members, new commissioner, new school year, and new commitment. Thank you again.
Yes, ma'am.
So at this time,
Chair Robinson.
I'm going, yes.
If I may, I'm sorry, my mic wasn't on. If I may make a comment, please?
Yes, please, Dr.
Thank you.
Fletcher.
One of the things I wanted, when I was listening to Provost Daly, I was thinking about the themes for our decision-making here. And one of those big themes is vibrant learning. And what you're providing and hoping to provide for your educators is exactly what we're looking for. For example, we want to build relevant experiences for our students. Mm-hmm. You want to build relevant experiences for your students.
Exactly.
Problem solving. Let's present them with real-world applications that teachers are seeing now, mm-hmm. and let's problem solve. And then that last part is reflective. That's the goal that we have for our students. That's the theme that we try to make our decisions by. So I say all that to say is please consider the Kentucky Department of Education as a partner in helping you develop the program that you'd want to be and want to have. And again, we'd be happy to stand alongside you and work closely with you as we go through, because again, this is our mission. One of our themes is vibrant learning, and this is what what's going to look like at Kentucky State.
And my mind was going the same place as Dr. Fletcher's, Michael, in that I know CPE has embraced our companion notion of portrait of a post-secondary graduate, and so thinking about the power of that at K-State in the burning down and the rebuilding, so that you get eminently clear on what every brand new baby teacher leaving K-State has in her portrait of a learner arsenal. And a big one of those that Dr. Akakpo already mentioned is that ability to be flexible and adaptable to a very rapidly changing society. And I know how much that is your jam, and your background has really leaned into that. So I'm excited about the promise. And I would also let you know that you aged yourself, me, and Diane back to the 80s when you talked about moving from junior high to middle school. But we will forgive you of that. So
we were childhood.
We were childhood teachers. That's
childhood
right.
teachers.
That's right, babies.
I have one response, if that's okay, Chair Robinson.
Please, go ahead.
This is so exciting to me because it fits right in with my background and what I believe in. My question to you, Dr. Daly, Provost Daly, what stage are you in actually implementing and developing the procedures that you talked with us about?
I'm glad you asked that question, and I'm also glad to get the invitation to welcome the Kentucky Department of Education as a partner. We are at the clean sheet of paper phase. Conceptually, we've been talking about this with different P12 partners through our dual credit program. We actually had in this facility, and you were sitting here in our research farm, we had the opportunity to celebrate with the National Board Certified Teachers this past spring. As they were getting ready to go to the Rotunda, they had their meeting out here, and we introduced the idea to them, and they brought to the table a lot more for us to think about. And so when we pulled all that together, and the Council on Post-Secondary Education helped us identify an external partner. One of the things you have to do when you start with a clean sheet of paper is take the pen out of your own hand and allow someone to help facilitate that. So we have identified a partner. We don't have a signed agreement yet, so I won't release who that partner is. But we're at the beginning stages. We have the conceptual ideas, is what I shared with you today. And when we talked with this entity, they too asked the question, first of all, are you serious about what you're asking? And we said yes, and they said we have never had a higher ed entity ask that question of us. So we're excited. So they sent us a proposal, which I have in front of me, and we have our first initial meeting with the School of Ed on Wednesday of next week. And then we will then chart the path to invite P12 partners to the table, and that's when the sheet of paper will be in the middle, and we'll all start crafting based on their facilitation. So we're at the very beginning.
Are parents involved in this in any way, PTAs, et cetera?
That's a great question. You know, no one has asked us that, no, but I think that's a good idea. Parents, and we know we want student input. We definitely want student input. I see the young man here. We want student input, definitely, not just from those that are going through the pre-service program, but those who are experiencing learning right now. But I hadn't considered that, but yes, I will, and definitely will add that.
Oh, what an exciting opportunity is before us, and we're in the right place to just kind of immerse ourselves in the possibilities, and please take us seriously as a really devoted partner to your efforts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right.
So at this time, I'm going to ask Vice Chair Young to preside over the remainder of this meeting, since she is there in person, and so much will involve picking up on the signals, body language, and supporting our engagement with each other as we continue with our agenda. Again, I look forward to joining you in person tomorrow. Dr. Young, would you please take the gavel?
I'm channeling my inner Diane Woods. I have a gavel and I'm not afraid to use it. So, I'm whatever it takes, she says. And I'm happy to read the room for you. So the next item on our agenda as we begin internal board business is approval of the summary minutes for the June 5th, 2024 KBE regular meeting, day 1, June 5th, 2024 KBE Awards Committee meeting, June 6th, 2024 KBE regular meeting, day 2, and the June 6th, 2024 United We Learn Committee meeting. In addition, we have the 2024 State Schools Committee meeting and the June 6th and the July 26th, 2024 KBE Awards Committee meeting. We have not been sloughing off over the last couple of months. You received those meetings through the portal in advance. Are there any corrections to any of these meetings? Minutes? If not, do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I make a motion.
Thanks, Ms. Bloodworth. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Todd. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approval of the minutes, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you. This is time for our nomination and election, as we do annually, of the Kentucky Board of Education Chair and Vice Chair. KRS 156.029 requires that the KBE elect a chairperson at the first regular meeting of each fiscal year, today. Therefore, at this time, we will take nominations from the floor and proceed with the election of a new Kentucky Board of Education Chair and Vice Chair. The floor is now open for a nomination for the office of Chair of the Kentucky Board of Education.
Yes, I would like to nominate Sharon Robinson for Chair of the Kentucky Board of Education for this fiscal year.
Thank you so much, Mr. Trimble. We have a nomination for Dr. Robinson. Are there any further nominations? If not, nominations are now closed. Given there is only one name on the slate, is there a motion to approve the slate and elect Dr. Robinson as Chair of the Kentucky Board of Education? Do we have a second?
Dr. McCroby, I second.
Thank you. All in favor? Oh, yeah. Can't second. That's right. I'm sorry. Do we have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Ms. Bloodworth. All those in favor of Dr. Robinson serving again as chair, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right. Congratulations, Dr. Robinson.
Thank you.
All right. The floor is now open for nominations for the office of Vice Chair of the Kentucky Board of Education. Do we have any nominations?
This is Holly Bloodworth. I'd like to nominate Lou Young to serve in that role.
Thank you. Do we have further nominations? Floor remains open. Hearing none, given that there is only one name on the slate, is there a motion to approve the slate? Is it okay for me to do this for myself? Okay.
I make that motion.
Lou Young as Vice Chair. Thank you. We have a motion from Mr. Trimble. Do we have a second?
I'll second. Mike Borchers.
Thank you, Mr. Borchers. Any further discussion? All those in favor of electing Lou Young as Vice Chair, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you all so much. Dr. Robinson and I really enjoy our partnership along with working with all of you, and we appreciate the ongoing support for us in this role.
Chair Young, I would
Yes.
like to say what an excellent job outstanding job that our chairperson and vice chairpersons
Oh,
have
thank
done and then last year too, and 2 years ago. You have done an excellent job, and we are very supportive of you all and excited to have you back in those chairs again.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Trimble. Dr. Robinson, would you like to add?
I would simply add, it is an honor to work on behalf of facilitating this amazing board. We have had outstanding, just jaw-dropping, amazing talent contributed through board service of our membership, and look forward to leveraging and really focusing our efforts of new board members to reach even greater heights. So later today, when we think about our goals and aspirations, let's just go bold and be willing to take on the next challenge. And I'm just going to preview for you. I had gone ahead and in my script, I had said we have got to address the issues associated with the education workforce, how we get folks, how we train folks, how we support them in bringing their best efforts to the work at hand, and being successful on behalf of our students, because we've got to figure out a way to make it better. And I had no idea we were going to get such a provocative opening this morning with the presentation from the Kentucky State officials, the president and the provost, but I'm grateful for it because that is the issue of the moment. And we will not have vibrant experiences in our classrooms if our teachers don't experience vibrant learning as they're learning to do their work. So I'm not going to get on that soapbox. You've heard it before. But I am going to warn you, I am really committed to helping us find the right position, the right policy, the right advocacy role to get moving on this matter now.
Excellent. Another hallelujah. Thank you, Dr. Robinson. The next item on our agenda is the recipient of the 2024 Kelly Award for Business and Education Partnerships. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Awards Chair Diane Woods. I've got you.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Perfect.
I can get a little loud. Joseph W. Kelly served as a member of the Kentucky Board of Education from 1989 until 1998 and provided exceptional leadership as its chair for 7 years. He was a strong leader in the fundamental early years of implementing Kentucky's nationally recognized school improvement areas. A respected business leader and education advocate, Kelly knew firsthand the critical role the business community plays in supporting Kentucky's public education system. His career exemplifies the significant contributions that members of the business community are making in support of Kentucky students. This award is given in the fall of each year to a Kentucky business person or business who has partnered with the public school or district to provide outstanding leadership that promotes school improvement and student success. Criteria for the award include, you have to forgive me, creating or sustaining strategic partnership between a business and school or district that leads to improved student outcomes, including but not limited to post-secondary success and workforce outcomes, and significant contribution to a school or a district that leads or will likely lead to increased or improved educational opportunities or improved educational, post-secondary, or workforce outcomes for students. On behalf of the Awards Committee, I would like to share that the committee met on Friday, July 26th, and determined that candidate 3-9 best met the criteria of the award. Therefore, I would like to move approval of candidate 3-9 as the recipient of the 2024 Kelly Award for Business and Education Partnership, and ask the chair or vice chair for the board's approval to recognize candidate 3-9 at the board's upcoming October regular meeting.
Committee, that motion does not require a second. Any questions? Hearing none. Again, thanks to the committee. All those in favor of approving candidate 3/9 for the Kelly Award, please respond by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you so much. At this time, we're going to move into the retreat portion of our day. Dr. Joel is here. You all may remember him from the time of our commissioner search. Dr. Joel is with McPherson and Jacobson. He's the regional director, and he's going to facilitate our team building activity today and discussion on high achieving leadership teams. So Dr. Joel, it's wonderful to see you again. Welcome back to Kentucky, and we'll turn it all over to you.
Thank you very much. What an honor to be here. Full disclosure, this is my favorite part of the searches because the hard work, the grunt work is in the solicitation of candidates and getting to learn the culture and, of course, the vetting and helping with the interview process. But this is the fun stuff because the purpose today, the overarching purpose, is to create the framework for Dr. Fletcher and for the state board to really begin the work. And you've already talked about the opportunities that stand before you with regard to the future of your students and your staff and your parents and your community. So really what we're going to do today is have a little bit of fun. It's heavy engagement, and I hope that you're ready for that, and my sense is that you are. I learned a lot about Kentucky. I think the committee knew that years ago I led the search for Jefferson County. We were involved in a couple of other districts years ago, but I lost track of Kentucky. And coming and working with you, this committee, and Vice Chair Young, I'd like to just thank you for the committee and the connections that we had through this whole process. I don't want to forget to call out Dr. Brewer as well. She's been absolutely outstanding to work with every step of the way. And so we put together a really good search. But I learned a lot about Kentucky that I guess I'd either forgotten or never really learned, and that is, boy, you have a lot of pride in your state. Your superintendents they love the work that they're doing. I learned that there are differences within your state. I learned that there's 5 hours from different points, and I certainly got a couple lessons on bourbon when I was here working with some superintendents as well. But the bottom line is, at the end of the day, is the pride that you have in education. And we heard it from our 2 gentlemen from Kentucky State, but I also want you to know that resonates throughout your entire community. We got a lot of, your entire stakeholder groups. Got a lot of great feedback, and you made a great selection. We had good candidates, we had a lot of interest. It ranged from what a great opportunity for the next person to come in to who in the world would want that job, right? And we see that in all of the state searches that we do, which is why we go through a comprehensive process. But at the end of the day, you selected an individual that is well regarded. He comes highly credentialed, and he's certainly a leader of purpose. So the goal today is to set the stage for him to hit the ground running. I was unaware that this was your first meeting, Dr. Fletcher, which makes it even that more important that we get into the work. So without much further ado, I would basically say we have, next slide please, we would have 4 purposes. We're going to do some fun stuff here in a minute, just to team build. We're going to, I got about 6 or 7 slides very, very quickly. None of this is going to be new learning for you. What are high-performing boards and commissioner teams? Some characteristics of effective boards just taken from the field, things that will be reminders for you. And then we'll finish up at the end of my time with just a discussion on some of your performance expectations for Dr. Fletcher. And know this, he's drinking through a fire hose right now, and there's a big difference, as he and I were talking out in the hallway, between being a K-12 superintendent and then leading an entire state. So much of that first year is looking and listening and learning, but ultimately there's going to be a time for action. And your evaluation process calls for that, I think, later on in October. So what we're really going to do is just set the stage for for that conversation to take place. So next slide, please. So what you have in front of you then is what I call, in a very unscientific way, a personality inventory. Because here's what we know. You come from different backgrounds. How many of you, for example, are firstborn in your family? All right, so parent pleasers, perfectionists, never got a B, although, I don't know, Mike, you probably got a couple B's in high school, didn't you? When your parents had you as a firstborn, they basically said, that's it, we know the mold, let's have more kids, and then, of course, who's the secondborn? Yeah, see, that's the problem. Then you come along and it's, everything's a little bit of a challenge, more of the rebellious type, calling authority into question. And do we have any middle children here? Yeah, so the negotiator, you find your own way, great sense of independence. And so we know that we can't control our environment, just like we can't control our strong, dominant personality traits. And so what we see in boards, and I've done this 100 times at least, what we see in boards, you come together from very eclectic backgrounds, but you bring with you those environmental conditions that you were raised with, that you learned, that you adapted to through your adult work, and you bring those strengths into a boardroom. And when those strengths come into a boardroom, and you pair yourself with people with different strengths, then synergy gets developed. See, synergy is two more people coming together to solve a problem, because what your work calls for is to leverage all of your strengths to address the needs of the state of Kentucky. And too often in our world, we have a tendency to gravitate toward people just like us, because that's easy, right? It's easy. So those of you that have been married, did you marry somebody exactly like yourself? The answer is probably no, although I will tell you I did this 2 weeks ago in another state, and somebody raised their hand and said, we're 100% exactly alike. I never get that. Part of the reason why that is, just like in the birth order description before, is that in order for us to grow and develop as individuals, we need balance in our lives. And that balance comes from people that are different than us, as long as our mind is open to it. And so what we're going to do is just a little self-discovery. Nobody's going to get called out on this, although I think you'll see that this is done tongue-in-cheek. Strengths Finder, many, you know the assessments that are professionally done. Many of you have done those numerous times. They're probably a little bit better than this, maybe a lot better than this. But this is for just some self-reflection, some fun. So in front of you, you have a personality style inventory. What I'd like you to do in no more than 10 minutes is, it's in front of you. Yes, Dr. Fletcher, hold that up. Yep. So here's your task. I want you to go across each line, and I want you to check that word that best describes you from your perspective. Not who you want to be, not who somebody said you were, but who you are. And so you only get to check one. You can't check in the middle because you're kind of torn between two. So we're going to force you to, are you spirited? Are you tranquil? Are you fearless? Or are you practical? And then what I'd like you to do is, there's 2 pages, so you should have a front and back or 2 pages. And then I want you to total up all the check marks in each one of the columns, and let's see what your dominant personality trait is.
This principle is called the Pareto principle.
Two. Put your hand up real quick if you're finished. Okay. Who's got a dominant column? Okay. Who's got some ties, closeness? Good. That's good diversified personality. Who doesn't have any check marks in one particular column? Okay. You have an employee program for people with personality. I'm just joking. Okay. Let's have a little bit of fun. Again, the purpose of this, we all bring differences. We grow from the differences that we recognize in other people. So let's have a little bit of fun. And if you would go forward, please. Next one. Yeah. All right. So column 1, and again, we're not going to out anybody unless you choose to do that, but column 1 are the people on a team in an organization that are the most enthusiastic. They love life. They live life. They always want to have fun. They want to meet new people. They don't like to sit in their office. They love freedom. They're sunny. They talk too much on occasion, but they live for today. Today is going to be the best day. When they have a bad day, if you're an enthusiast, you go to bed, you wake up, the next day is going to be a lot better. They just don't let what happened yesterday bog them down, unlike some others in the room. They accept conflict better than anybody on this team. So argument and debate they get it. They're fine. It's okay. Again, tomorrow's another day. Very courageous people, very humorous people, and the most visionary people on a team. They can see, at least in their own mind, they can see what tomorrow represents. Which, by the way, I would tell you, Dr. Fletcher, when you find out who these enthusiasts are, if you send them to a national conference, go with them, because they never leave a session without bringing back tons of stuff about programs that are happening in other states and dumping it on your desk. They're not really good listeners on occasion. Again, they're very verbal. They like to talk. They're not going to be the detail-oriented people. They're not going to generate the spreadsheets. You don't have to prove to them why this is a good idea. If you say it and they like you, it's a good idea. One thing I will tell you about the enthusiasts, and this is true, they are up here most of the time. If they ever get down here, something's really wrong. And so think about the people that you work with and others in your life. When they don't exhibit that fire about today and tomorrow, it's because something really has occurred in their life that is difficult for them to even confidently overcome. So that's the enthusiast. As a kid growing up, if you don't have time to do it right, when will you have time to do it over? They don't have any problem doing things over, because again, tomorrow's another day. So if you're an enthusiast, I want you to take you have a color code. There's a color code thing there, and I want you to just award yourself, I think that's pink. Yep. Award yourself a sort of a pink thing, because we're going to do just a quick activity after this. So that's the enthusiast. So if you're an enthusiast, did it get you right? Sorry?
Split? Do we take 2 colors?
Yeah, you take two of them. Okay. All right, so let's talk about column 2. Now, I always like to introduce column 2 with this. Again, I've done this lots and lots of times around the country with big groups, small groups, and I always say this to the column 2 people. If you are a mainstay, are you still living in the community from which you were born? Do you refuse to go back to your high school reunions because you don't want to run into that one person 40 years ago that you didn't like, and you just know they're going to be there? Are you sort of adverse to change, but willing to talk about it because you know change is just a big part of our lives? The mainstay people are the ones who really are the steady eddies of a team and of an organization. You can count on them over and over and over again. They don't change their colors. They don't do the highs and the lows. They just are very purpose-driven, and they're very, very low-key. Unlike the enthusiast, who you could ask to sing the national anthem at the beginning of the department of the KBE board meeting, you can't ask the mainstay because they don't like the limelight. They don't like to be front and center. They serve best in supportive roles. Now, here's something to know about the mainstay. They're tolerant of others, but only to an extent. They don't really appreciate anybody or any person or any group that disrespects the purpose of the work, of the mission. They're not easily forgiving. They will have a tendency to stay mad when they're upset. And so if you are somebody in your life, if you're not a mainstay, but you happen to be associated with a mainstay, you know that, that when they get upset, they're upset. And you got to figure out why, and sometimes that's a challenge. They love to be part of a team, so loyalty and connection really matter. So the people that are mainstays in the room today, I will tell you, what you accomplish is going to give them all they need for fulfillment as a member of the KBE board. Very private people. If there's a conference in New Orleans, don't ask them what they did on Bourbon Street, because they're never, ever going to tell you. Where the enthusiasts will tell you, that Bourbon Street was a great experience. We had a lot of fun. The most empathetic and charitable people on a team, they care deeply, and they are the most spiritual people on a team. Now, here's the thing that I want everybody else to think about if you know the mainstay. They're very gullible people. They have a tendency to fall for your pranks, enthusiasts, so don't pull pranks on them. They don't think it's funny. And they tend to think when they meet people for the first time, they believe that that person's sincere. And so enthusiasts like myself or taskmasters, which is coming up, sometimes we like to kid people. They take you at face value. So they're looking at you and considering that everything you're saying is sincere. So if you are a taskmaster, a mainstay, would you take a purple sheet, please? All right. Third column. 30 years ago, you could not be the commissioner of education, or even a superintendent, or a CEO of a major Fortune 500 company, unless you had this as your dominant characteristic. I just call it, it's called taskmaster. These are the people who wake up in the morning and start barking the orders. They like control. They love making decisions. They're confident. They walk in a room and people look at them in awe. They're hard workers. They love to take risks. They don't mind losing, because they will lose on occasion. They'll never admit they lose, but they'll just redirect themselves and say, you know what, I'm going to come back at this as soon as I can. They're the most competitive people on a team. Everything is competition. Set goals with the taskmaster. By gosh, they're going after those goals one by one by one. And in fact, they may even start on those goals before the meeting's over. These were the people who everybody else gravitated toward because they exemplified leadership. Think about, maybe this doesn't happen at your level, but it sure does in other states, the crowded room where people, your stakeholders, your constituents are upset about something, concerned about something. It might be a policy that you're passing. I will tell you, well, I won't, because you know what the issues are around the country. The taskmaster says, bring it on, because to them, this is kind of what we train for, right? There is nobody in that room that's going to intimidate me, and they demonstrate that lack of fear, which is what other people have a tendency to sidle up against. Very politically wise and very decisive. They don't have a problem making decisions, and sometimes they make decisions a little too quickly because they want to move on, whereas the mainstay and the analysts, which is the fourth group, they want a little bit more time to process. Taskmasters don't process. They can make a decision before the person presenting them with a challenge finishes the sentence. And sometimes that gets the taskmaster in a little bit of hot water. And so if we were going to make recommendations to them, they need to be, quit being so aggressive. Not everybody's impressed with your bravado, but there is a time and a place for that to occur. Be a better listener. And then if you're a taskmaster, you know this. You've said to your children, what part of no don't you understand? And to which your child then goes to the other adult in the family and says, mom or dad's being a meanie, and they don't really understand, what we need here. And of course, that's where the balance comes in. And then the taskmasters can be very, very judgmental. So, there was a commercial years ago, you'll remember this, where the mother goes to the foot of the stairs and calls up and says the person's name and says, you have to get up, it's time for school, you're going to be late. To which the boy says, I don't want to go to school, the kids don't like me, the teachers don't like me, the parents don't like me. And the mother says, but you have to, you're the principal. And the reality of it is, that is what a taskmaster deals with, is that he knows or she knows that not everybody appreciates their approach. So they have to work extra hard at being able to demonstrate those other sides of leadership that are so important. So if you're a taskmaster, would you take a blue? Let's talk about the last one. So the last one is column 4. And I can tell you this, in 37 years as a superintendent, I am so grateful for these folks, because without them, I wouldn't have been able to do the work that I did. These are the analysts of a team. These are the people that are very practical. They rely on facts. There is no schmoozing an analyst. Feel-good stuff never works. Prove it to me. Show me. They have a tremendous, like the mainstay, tremendous desire to please and support others, but they deal with exactness. So there are no, I'm from New York originally, and in New York we used to use the word ish. So if somebody were to say, what time is the meeting? We would say 6-ish. The analyst doesn't go with issues. If it's 6:05, that's what time we start, 6:05. They're deep thinkers and ponderers. Whenever I do this, I always like to say freeze, because these are the people who I can look at their facial expressions and I can tell you that they are taking everything that I'm saying in as almost absolute truth, and they're trying to figure out, where are we going with this? They're perfectionists. These are people who can be firstborn, can be secondborn, thirdborn, doesn't matter, but they want the work to be perfect. They want it to be right. And those of you that are perfectionists, that can be an affliction that you have to work through sometimes, because not everything in a human enterprise like education is perfect. It just doesn't work out perfectly. They struggle with off-key humor like the mainstay. They're very logical people, very cautious people. That's why they ask so many questions. These are the analysts, by the way, are the questioners. They're the ones that raise their hand up, not in a threatening way, but in a way to basically say, have you considered, or what happens if? And sometimes the taskmaster and the enthusiast get a little frustrated with that, because it is time to move, but they're making it better by asking those questions. Concrete thinkers, cool-headed, problems, just like the mainstay, they need a lot of detail, and sometimes there just aren't enough spreadsheets to get them to believe that what we're about to do is good. Too much perfectionist, and when we take them out, they don't really like that social scene very much. And so if you're an analyst, which, by the way, going back to my national conference example, the enthusiast is already, at the beginning of the conference, is thinking about where you're going to have dinner tonight, and it's going to be a fun place. The analyst is thinking, I don't have time for dinner because I have to go home and read all this stuff from all these sessions that I attended because I have so many questions, and I need to stop by the commissioner's office and dump it on his plate. So if you're an analyst, would you take yellow, please? All right, so before we leave this session, just give me a head nod or a finger wave we figured you out. All right, great, good, yeah. It's pretty rare that we don't. So here's what I'd like you to do. Find somebody with a different, hold your color. Find somebody with a different color. Let's build a quick restroom break into this, but find somebody with a different color and just have a conversation about your strengths and about those things and learn from the other person. And let's go 10 minutes on this, Dr. Brewer, if we can. So, yes, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, we'll give you 10 minutes, take a restroom break if you'd like, and then find somebody with a different color and just have a general conversation about this activity and sort of what your strengths and Any reflections of that activity? Anything that anybody would like to share, comment on?
At each other. So that was one of the best parts of this activity. And then also to kind of say, oh, yes, that's me. But anyway, looking around the room, especially some of the people in the back and who they were pointing at as board members. If you need, Miss Kenny might have been pointing at some board members. I'm just saying. Dr. Kenny might have been pointing at some board members. So.
We could just about pick what a lot of people were. I mean, we worked with them for a couple of years. You can just about say, yeah, we figured you'd be that color, you know.
Yeah, good point. Thank you. So, anybody else want to cut the comment?
Oh, no, I was just going to say, speaking with a colleague there, it's nice to do these to find that we all have dominant characteristics, but it's also nice to see that sometimes we've evened them out or we know what we need to kind of work on and where we fit in. So it's always good to do that.
Great. Thank you.
Rounded person up here was Preston. Preston was the most well-rounded up here.
Yeah, he told me what his scores were. Wow, yeah. I told him he's got a bright future. I mean, he can dance in every single environment. So one of the things that we do know is that when a board chair and a commissioner have the same dominant strength, it does take a little bit of work, right? Because again, we learn best from people that are different than us. And I always like to use the example, Kroger's your grocery store, right? Is that a big one in Kentucky? So if you were to leave this meeting today and go to Kroger, I want you to think about that one person that would ruin your night if you were pushing your cart, let's say down the produce aisle. Has everybody got that one person in mind? I mean, it would just ruin your night, like the last person on earth you want to see. So you're pushing your cart down the produce aisle. Here comes that individual. And you think to yourself, oh, my worst nightmare coming true. Well, you have basically three responses, right, based on your personality. The first one is, and this is 33% of the people, would say, ooh, I forgot something in the cereal aisle. They'll turn the cart around and they'll go down a different aisle, right? They're going to avoid conflict at all costs. The second personality style would say, you know what, I just came out of a training where I have to embrace differences in people. I'm going to push my cart next to that individual. I'm going to force this smile, and I'm going to say, good evening, so nice to see you. Hope we can see each other again. And then go get what they need. The third personality style is going to ram their cart with everything they have and knock them into the lettuce and feel really good about it. You see, we're going to process those challenges in our life differently. But again, before I leave this, I just want to reemphasize the importance of synergy is we grow from the differences in others. Feel free to use this in your professional work. I've used it with teams when I was a superintendent. The only thing I wouldn't suggest you do is take it home and give it to your significant other. I've heard it leads to conflict. So that would probably be my one advice. So let's move to the next, and thank you for your indulgence in this. I hope it met the spirit of the intent. Let's talk about, before we get to the key work today, let's talk about high-performing teams. Next slide, please. So this relationship between you and Dr. Fletcher is, without question, the key to moving the needle. You can't get your goals where they need to be, or where they should be, without this team having an effective working relationship. When I do this work, I always talk about the leadership team. It's for our purposes today, it's the commissioner and it's the members of the board. And of course, there's lots of others that are involved in that. But at the end of the day, this relationship has to be nurtured, it has to be developed, and it has to be strengthened through time. And the nice thing about doing retreats in the summer is there isn't a whole lot happening right now, but in a month or two, it's going to start happening. And, particularly when you think about what is going to be, where the country's going to be in November with a key election, national election coming up, the time to practice the working relationship is now. Whenever new commissioners and/or new board members come on, it represents change. And the thing about that, I always like to, when I do this with K-12 districts, I always say this: one new board member or one new commissioner is a chemical change. 2 or more is a culture change. And the biggest issues that teams have is they don't adapt to the people that have either been duly elected or they just appointed, because personality styles get in the way, philosophy gets in the way, ideology gets in the way. And so one of the things that's really important as you go forward, that as a new person coming on to this board or a new commissioner, you have to adapt to the existing culture, because the existing culture is a strong culture. And it ultimately will reward everyone. People can't expect, you can't change your stripes. You are who you are, and the best work that you can do is when you're all in on an agreed success path, and that's how we're going to close today as we get closer. So, Dr. Fletcher knows this. None of this is science, but I have to tell you, this is what I heard loudly and clearly in the 2 superintendent conferences I came to and the people that we talked to. You have to win over district and state leaders. You know, the reality of it is there are some, I hope this doesn't surprise you, Dr. Fletcher, I don't think it will. There were some that say the best thing the next commissioner can do is just stay out of my way. Stay out of my way and we'll be perfectly fine. 2, we've got to continue to keep the state united. We have to be united under purpose. United we learn. We have to look at what's best for the entire state, not what's best for one segment or one area or one particular district. But nonetheless, and I was very encouraged, Dr. Fletcher's already been out there and going and he's interacting with some of those groups. That's a big part of this job. Continued recovery from the pandemic. I know that's getting to be an old one, but the reality of it is there's still lots of gaps out there, opportunity gaps and learning gaps. You've got them in Kentucky. Accountability system concerns, that comes up in every single state search that we do. Nobody, well, I shouldn't say nobody, very few people like the state accountability system, right? But you have to have an accountability system. And so maybe it's marketing, maybe it's messaging, but I guarantee if he hasn't heard it already, he will. That wouldn't it be great if we didn't have an accountability system, which is not an option. Financial challenges, you know, whether we are or aren't going into a recession, I can tell you declining enrollment, which is that 2 bullets down, is going to have an impact on budgets. It's going to impact the way the federal government funds states. We're going to have to tighten our belts. We're coming off the day of easy money, ESSER money, that states received and districts received through pass-throughs, and those days are gone. And so one of the things that we're going to find, and we're already starting to find, this next wave of superintendent resignations, I think in part are going to be because they didn't use their ESSER dollars appropriately. And by doing it the way they did it, they're going to stand accountable, because they yielded to those kinds of pressures, community pressures, board pressures, staff pressures, to spend money on people. And the reality of it is that's not where those dollars were appropriated. You know, I was really, you have a great retirement system in Kentucky. And I was really kind of surprised at how many retirements you've had in the last couple of years and how many still might be coming. That's a lot of personnel that Dr. Fletcher and members of the KBE team are going to have to get to know and work with. And then leading change. You know, regardless of the personality profile that you are, I have to tell you, nobody really likes change. I mean, you may call me a liar on that one, but, you know, we like routine for the most part, but we can't move the needle unless we can lead change. And leaders, commissioners, and superintendents, and CEOs, at the end of the day, the 2 things that they get judged by, how do they lead change and how do they make decisions? And Dr. Fletcher's got to be good at both of those. So next slide, please. So what do we know about the effectiveness of boards? Well, clear goals. And that's what you need to, that's what we're going to work on a little bit today, but then you're going to fine tune it in October as part of the appraisal process. And the organizations that are not relying on goals are the ones that flop around based on whatever the issue du jour is that they're being confronted with. If you're going to move the needle for your kids, you need to have goals that are specific, that are smart, that really are measurable. They can't just be the kinds of things that sound good. And that always has to be the highest priority. So whenever I work with a board, whenever I work with an admin team, whenever I did my work myself, it was at the end of the day, is the decision that we're about to make consistent with the goals that we've adopted? And if the answer is yes, we move forward, and if the answer isn't, we have to rethink that. Next slide. Well, as a board, you want to see results. I can tell you as a commissioner, Dr. Fletcher is going to want to see results. But in the education business, the enterprise, results don't come quickly. I mean, there's always low-hanging fruit. Like, for example, getting out and meeting people, talking to groups, getting good messaging out through your communications department. But at the end of the day, change and results have to be systemic. Because if they're not systemic and they're more surface than they are systemic, then what happens is they don't take effect. The roots don't grow. As a board, you view poverty and lack of parental engagement as opportunities. You heard a couple of your speakers today talk about, we can talk all we want about the challenges in education, tons of them. Sometimes, quite frankly, when I think about them or I read about them, I think, wow, how are we going to surmount those? But when we turn them into opportunities, it's really about how can we be successful? And then there has to be trust within the members of the team. If you don't trust each other, you're either going to get off the board or your commissioner is going to leave for something different. You have to go at this from the standpoint of we're in it together, we're in it to win it, and we trust each other. Even though we might disagree, because you will, you have to. That's just the nature of who you are and the nature of the work. Next slide, please. Well, the less time you spend on operational issues and more time on policies, the better your results. And I have a sense that you're there for the most part, but I can also tell you that there are an awful lot of entities that they can't get out of the weeds. They can't get out of the weeds. They bring something from their area, from their school, from somebody that they know, and they personalize it. And whenever that is the case, when you can't look at big picture, you represent all of Kentucky children, then sometimes micromanagement becomes part of that focus. And we all know this, I know this as a practitioner, that whenever a superintendent or a commissioner is micromanaged, that's when they're least effective. They can't solve individual problems, they have to solve collective problems. And there's ways to get around that. For example, I don't know if you're there, but there's a lot of entities that have formally adopted balanced government, which is just really a very specific adoption of the roles and responsibilities. What is the commissioner responsible for? What are the staff responsible for? What is the board responsible for? Now, I have to tell you, I believe that you practice it without knowing that you formally practice it, or maybe you have, those of you who've been on board long enough. But I wish everybody in America did. Because if everybody in America did, we wouldn't have the vacancy rate that we've had in the last 3 or 4 years in the superintendency. There were an amazing amount of national superintendent openings in the last 3 years, predicated by the pandemic, of course, but also board elections. And superintendents were losing the energy and the ability, and I'm sure you had it in Kentucky as well, to be able to work through those problems when they became so personal. So I would just say to you, continue to strengthen what it is that you have. Hold your commissioner accountable for those things that he's accountable for, and be accountable for those things that you're accountable for, which predominantly is policy, development of policy. Next slide, please. Well, you work together not only with your commissioner, but with the commissioner's staff. They play a key role, and your stakeholders. And constantly gathering, as we did during the search process, stakeholder feedback really matters. Your constituents do care. You're streaming this meeting today. My sense is that there are plenty of people that are watching this proceeding and this meeting because they care deeply about the work that you're doing and the importance of education in the state of Kentucky. I know that your businesses and your employers, all of your employers, your parents, even your grandparents care deeply about this work. And so as you go through your planning and establishing strategic plans and things of that sort, always remember collecting voices really matters. Now, I can tell you through the search process, there were certain things that I wouldn't share with you that people told us about this. That's a minority voice, but really what you want to look for is trends. What's the general attitude that people have, stakeholders have, toward education in Kentucky? And I will tell you, it's one of hopeful optimism. I mean, people feel good about what's happening in your state. And so it's really your responsibility to make sure that that continues. And then seek that input out, as Dr. Fletcher's doing right now, and I'm sure you're doing it in your zones that you represent. And you're not only a listener, but you're an active listener, which means that people leave meetings with you really believing that you listen to them, even though you might not necessarily agree with them. And that's how people feel good about the work that you're doing. Next slide, please. Well, you got to be data savvy. You have to know what your graduation rate is. You have to know where you stack as a state with regard to proficiency. You know, there's lots and lots of different measures. Everybody strives to be number one. I can tell you that states that I've worked in that were near the bottom, their number one priority is to get off the bottom and get more to the middle. Well, you know what happens when they get to the middle? That means there's a little bit of a sliding down. And so that competition, taskmasters, you like, right? Because if you set a goal as a state goal that you want reading proficiency, national reading proficiency to be at a certain point, that's a good mark of competition. But you need to be able to know your data. And I will tell you that that's a major attribute of an effective board member, is that they don't just throw something out there, we need to do better. They can describe what it is that they mean by that, and then they can use data to support that. So even enthusiasts that don't really care for data, have some data in your back pocket, because you're going to get challenged when you're out there by folks. And, you know, it's no longer an American excuse to say, well, you know, we've got more poverty, the pandemic was hard, you know, we've got more mobility, we've got a couple of major metropolitan areas. If it wasn't, you know, I mean, maybe that changes the dynamic. You're one state, and it matters to your entire state how all of your school districts do. And I can tell you the leaders in the places that have the predominant poverty care as deeply about that as you do. And then you need to know the representative needs. You know, again, I don't know, I can't remember if it's north or south or east or west, that in conversations that I have with superintendents through those conferences, they would say, well, you know, we're sort of two different worlds and environments. Well, you're one state. You know, there are some states right now where the western portions are trying to secede because they don't feel like they're being represented well enough. The priority needs to be every single student. And you don't rest until each one of your students is successful. That's how you know you've done the work of the state. Well, you lead as united with your commissioner. You stand as one. You collaborate and you trust. And I want to just talk a second about conversations above the table. If you know what transformational leadership is, it's really about we pull ourselves apart to really analyze who we are, and then we open ourselves up to, as we've described, to the differences of opinions and ideas and options. But one of the things that's really important as an effective team of people, leadership team, is that the conversations that you have are always above the table and not below the table. I'm going to give you an example. A controversial vote. And it may not happen, hope it doesn't happen, but you know, typically it does happen. When those votes are controversial over whatever the topic is, and let's say it's a split vote, one of the best statements that you can make is that I may have voted against it, but it was a team decision. So one of the best comments I ever heard from a school board member on a 4-3 vote, very controversial, 1 o'clock in the morning, final vote. You know where the media goes to, right? You know where the critics go to. They go to the person that tried to vote the way that they wanted to. And the best comment I ever heard at a newscast, in a press conference, it was a 4-3 vote, but a 7-0 decision. And the reality of it is that the individual made the comment that I did everything in my power to influence the vote. I still think I was right, but I support the direction of the team because that's what matters to the district, what matters to the state. And so when I talk about conversations above the table, I'm talking about the relationships that you have amongst yourself, perhaps with Dr. Fletcher, that the best way to resolve issues is always above the table, always face-to-face, always a call or an email or a text message. I might have a concern. You don't ever want anything that is brewing to become escalated by ignorance, right? And ignorance sometimes is, I'm not going to say something, and then a conversation occurs at the water cooler, which is always a negative. So keep conversations above the table, and that's what we see right now with really highly effective boards. And which, by the way, when you practice these things that we're talking about, then stability is the end result. And know this, the superintendents and the educators in the room know this. Leaders can't be effective unless they're in a seat for at least 5 years. It takes 5 years to be able to lead a strategic plan initiative that results in high expectations being met. And too often what we're seeing, the lifespan right now of an urban superintendent, urban, and you've got a couple of urban districts, but the shelf life of an urban superintendent is about 3.2 years, which is nowhere near enough to move the needle. The former commissioner in Nebraska is a good friend of mine, and he told me after 7 years he was the third in seniority in the country. That was just after 7 years. And so the reality of it is, I hope this isn't the case, Dr. Fletcher, but in 7 years you're liable to be the third most senior commissioner in the country because the turnover rate is just, it's almost unconscionable when you think about it in terms of the work getting done. So these are things, again, that we would say relationships matter. Build shared knowledge, and then I don't know what your new board member onboarding is, but I would just tell you that the folks the effective school boards that I know are the ones that never leave that for chance. It's really about a concerted effort to make sure the new board members are onboarded appropriately. And it isn't just come in and meet with staff and let them share with you what their responsibilities are. It might include a board buddy that is assigned to them for 3 months, maybe longer, in which that board buddy really helps them analyze the important work of the KBE board and also answer questions that they might have. But it isn't just call me if you have questions. It's if you're going to be a mentor for somebody, it's you reaching out. Because people don't like to ask questions by nature because they don't want to show that they don't have the knowledge. But the reality of it is, as Dr. Fletcher's found out, and he's already begun talking with other commissioners around the country, there's a whole bunch to learn. It just isn't, you just can't solve it doing the work that you're doing. So formal training for new board members is really important. And then I took it off of this slide, but in Preston's case, I just want to say having a student board member is really one of those things that effective school boards have in place. It brings that student voice, and it really helps to ameliorate some of those situations where you have to deal with where people lose sight of the fact that kids matter. And so my guess, just talking with Preston, who, by the way, is the most balanced of all of you in terms of his personalities, and he happens to be second born, which is really surprising. I would tell you the things that he will be able to bring a lot of the discussions back to how do the kids feel about it. Because at the end of the day, you're in it for kids, and you can't lose sight of the fact that that's your most important work. They're your legacy. They're the ones that are going to leave your systems, and they're going to go do some things. They're going to produce what your various communities and state need them to produce. So let me stop there and just ask if there's any reflection before we move over to the final section or thoughts on that. Seeing none? Okay, let's move on. Well, thank you again for indulging me on that. Again, I have a great sense that you are already representing what I've just put out there, but it's always a reminder. As you know, we give a 2-year guarantee on this. We never expect to have to pay off on it, but this part of our retreat is really our way of hopefully ensuring that the framework's in place for the good work to take place. All right, so let's talk about 24-25 performance expectations, and I think you have in front of you. Let me pull out my computer real quick. What I'd like to do now is help set the stage for, if you'd go to the next slide, please. You've already identified these through the search process. This is the criteria that we used to vet candidates. These are the conversations that we had with folks not only within the state of Kentucky, but also outside the state of Kentucky. So it's an ambassador, statesperson, expert instructional leader, strong organizational leader, and visionary innovator. So those are the 4 main buckets that you told us. Make sure these folks that you bring forward can represent. And of course, we can absolutely say that Dr. Fletcher represents all of those. And your formal evaluation appraisal, which by the way, I didn't include it in the slide, but that's really important, that you take appraisal very seriously, and I know you do. And you're going to do that in October. But one of the things that we really like to use August for is for you to just openly share, what do you believe are the most important items, priorities for Dr. Fletcher going forward? So if you would take about 3 minutes, and maybe you've already done that, write down 1 or 2, no more than 3. What do you believe are the most important things that Dr. Fletcher should focus on? And again, he and his team will take this information and you'll more formalize it through your process. But just for discussion purposes, because I know Dr. Fletcher's hitting the ground running, I think this would be a great opportunity for you to just articulate that. So 1, 2, or 3, and then the second part is really that measurement piece. What evidence would you like to see 6 months from now or a year from now that in fact he's had a good run at that? So I'm going to give you about 4 minutes on this one. 23, 24 minutes. Let's just open it up. I've asked Dr. Brewer to just do some recording just for future reference. Who would like to throw one out there, a high strategic priority that you might have?
For the past 4 years, and that would be moving Kentucky United We Learn forward. I don't know if you want evidences of that now, but I think that's job one for the commissioner and one that he's already embraced. But that's the signature effort and initiative on behalf of this board, I believe.
Yeah, no question. I knew that one was going to come up. Yes?
Accountability is a big issue everywhere you go and everybody you talk to, and I know Dr. Fletcher, everywhere he goes in meetings, people are asking him about that and about fixing an accountability system that everybody can be fairly happy with. I don't think they are, so that's right now, but I think that's a big deal. If we can get accountability system in place that'll really go along with United We Learn.
Yeah, that's our moonshot.
That's our moonshot to do that.
If we can get an accountability system that everybody's happy with, there's bigger roles for you.
The moonshot is actually an accountability system that matters to learners, so maybe not that everybody's happy with. So,
good point. No, thank you, Steve.
I'd like to take a step back further. I think one of the first things for me is making sure that this person, Dr. Fletcher, is out there and getting to know the system, getting to know the people, not just the superintendents, but getting to know all districts, from classified to non-classified people, and that they see him as a sincere person who actually cares about them and their welfare, focusing in on public education. And I guess that, to me, that's the foundation. If he gets that piece together, it'll be smooth sailing, because we know that he is, and they will respect what he has to say about being an instructional leader and his care for all kids, not kids of no matter what zip code they live in, what socioeconomic area they're in, or even what color they are, but that he's really sincere, and he's going to be speaking and involved in activities and initiatives that these individuals have in their community. He may not always be there, but if he can't be at something, that he would send one of us to represent him and what he's doing. So, thank you.
The calendar of activities and events that he's got scheduled, but also anecdotally, the people who say to you, we met the commissioner.
And many of these small counties, they have radio stations. Guess who's going to be in town today? That would be the accountability piece for me.
Okay, good, great. Thank you for that. That's excellent. Yes, Holly.
I would like to work on just helping the teaching profession find the joy in teaching again. I feel like maybe the vibrant learning experiences, those kinds of things will help, but I just feel like it's not very joyful right now. And I think we need to look for supports for helping create those kinds of environments that teachers are dealing with now, and like how do we support the students with their different things they're bringing into the classroom and creating those environments. But like with those vibrant learning experiences, I mean, I think that can help, but I also think it could really tax teachers too. So we've got to give them the right kinds of supports to help that bring the joy back into classrooms.
Yeah, that's really good. You know, one of the things that's scary to everybody is that declining enrollment, right? So that means less people. But even more importantly, if you do a survey, do this when you get out to your buildings and your districts and you're talking to a group of teachers, and ask them this question: how many of you are a son or a daughter of a parent that was in education? And you're going to see a lot of hands go up. And then say to them, how many of you have a child that you think is going into teaching? And watch those hands go down. And so one of the real challenges right now in America, we're not repopulating our own ranks. And that could be for a variety of reasons. So I think, Mrs. Bloodworth, your point is well taken, is how do we put the teaching profession out in front as really not only good, noble work, but rewarding work. and purposeful work. And I think that that's going to be the challenge in America in an environment where privatization is picking up more and more steam. So I think your point is well taken. That's not an easy one to resolve, of course, but it certainly is there's ways to address that, and appreciation is one of them. So good, thank you. Somebody else.
So, well, just as we have the moonshot as a goal and aspiration associated with student learning and responsible practice and responsible high integrity accountability, I think we've got to use the next little wow, and I mean little wow, and design some strategic effort to address the education workforce issues. In addition to not replacing our own ranks, we are not, I don't think we are approaching, we're not mining the data to understand points of intervention that might be very, very useful to us. For example, there's much more attention. We've had a report to the board regarding this notion that the critical years regarding retention might not be those first 5 years or first 3 years of a novice practitioner. The most critical time of loss may be the 3 to 7 year phase of a practicing educator. I mean, just when they're getting good, we might be losing more talent than we are even aware of paying attention to. So I would like for us to organize, just as we took the time to understand how to structure Kentucky United We Learn, we have got to do something to create a very strategically oriented approach to address the workforce issues in education. I'm going to add that the instructional professional staff represent an important component of that, but education as an enterprise has a lot of roles that are really essential to good practice. And we're experiencing a crisis in more than one of them. Bus drivers represent a very prominent dimension of what I'm trying to describe. So I would like to see us and have the commissioner help us organize ourselves, not necessarily to intervene right off the bat, but, you know, I do have a sense of urgency about this, but to organize ourselves to understand what in the devil we need to be doing, and then to structure an action plan that is quite as ambitious as our call to action regarding competent, high quality educational practice for our students.
That.
I would like to just chime in that coming from the classroom setting is that sometimes I think some of the most important things that we have to understand is that we all know that the student is the most important, and to know that educators most oftentimes want those clear objectives and the goals, and that just goes down into really focusing on instructional centered adjustments, so giving more support to teachers. Not necessarily financial, we always seem to go to the financial aspect, but being able to support the teachers in development of instructional strategies, so equipping teacher leaders to help support the workforce. That way we can maximize instruction. I know one of our southern states about 8 or 9 years ago in Texas kind of took those approaches of it doesn't take finances, it takes support and focusing on how we do that. And their proficiency ratings rose from, I think, 50 to 70% by just approaching that aspect of that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Good. Anybody else?
We have classified people that are in positions in the district that I think we could spend a little more time and energy in focusing in on them and getting them promoted to a teaching position.
And in most states, that's a certification issue that needs to be worked through too. But a lot of states are doing that, as you suggest.
Went only so far. And I think the important thing is to really be articulate about the vision of what is being done here. It's got to be, this commissioner has to show it both to the internal audience. When you have a leadership change, I remember when I was in office, we were trying to do some things after Governor Patton left office, and they said, well, that was Patton's idea. But we got to make sure that this We Learn concept is not just the past commissioner's idea. It's got to be sold internally. It's got to be sold externally. It's got to be sold to the legislature. The power of the conversation can't be understated. I once had to try to put a message across and to speak to 13 different colleges, and I spoke to the first one in the morning, and I saw these two doctors sitting there. Of course, they had the white robes on. They always wear the white robes for some reason. And then at the end of the day, I talked to another group, and they're the same two doctors sitting in the front row. And I said, I feared that I'm in a Jimmy Buffett concert, and these guys are going to be singing my punchline before I get to it, because they heard this already. They came up to me after. They said, never make an apology for saying the same thing over and over and over again. We've got to stick to what we're saying. There are modules under the United We Learn banner, as we say, the teacher situation and those. But there's got to be some overarching thing. We got to get Kentucky to buy into the fact that we can do something different. This is a major change. The accountability thing is. And we have a chance with a lot of positive things going on right now, but I think we've got to get people to be a part of the conversation and be talking about it and believe that we're going to make a change in education in Kentucky again.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
I believe Dr. Fletcher will do this, and he's probably adding on to the work that Dr. Kinney did, but building those relationships with the legislators and superintendents. And going on to what Dr. Todd said, KDE and the commissioner's kind of the middle person. The legislators create laws that affect what we're trying to do through the education, i.e., we have a new civics law. Now that changes how things are going. And the superintendents, if they're not engaged and understand what Dr. Fletcher's talking to us about, well, not us anymore. I got to get used to that. But it doesn't carry on to the districts and to the teachers and to the goals. So having those two big pieces of relationships, I think, would go a long way in all the work we're trying to do, because it's what's above and what can kind of be added to below. And those relationships, I think, need a little work, and I know Dr. Fletcher will do great at that.
Mr. Borchers.
Relationships, but I had the relationships with the General Assembly. You'll see it's the top indicator we were looking at in dominant themes in the search. And when I think about that, Robbie, I think about the work, the bridge that Robin has built and the groundwork that's already been laid. But I would start measuring things like how much more often are legislators coming to the department and seeking advice? How do they engage you more purposefully in that process? How does the department, step up as a real asset in the legislative process? I think those are outward examples of that repaired relationship that we're looking for. And that includes that's the engagement among the department, the state board, the commissioner, the General Assembly, and then navigating the governor's office in all of that, so executive and legislative branches. And that's a tall order, but I think there are ways that we'll begin to see evidence of that, starting, frankly, with your confirmation hearing. So what does that look like 6 months from now and a year from now after the 25 session occurs? And Preston, I don't think we've heard from you if you have something to add.
I would be happy to add.
Thanks.
Building off kind of this idea we've been, at least in the past 2 members, talking about is building relationships. Relationships with the people above, relationships with the people below. One thing I will personally attest to is anytime me, as a student, I see my superintendent, I automatically think this is a big deal. And I appreciate every time he comes out and says, and is with all the students and kind of collaborating. Personally, the best thing you could do as a commissioner, one of the best things you can do as a commissioner, or just as a leader in general, is being visible. I think a great amount of people will appreciate if you're visible, kind of showing your support for all of them. Thank you.
Excellent.
We've got a few more minutes. I'd like to give Dr. Fletcher just an opportunity now to maybe share some of his own reflections.
Notes if you need them.
A few things that, when I applied to be commissioner, I looked to see what the board was expecting, and the 4 themes were ambassador and statesperson, and so far I've been trying to be that. Dr. Perry and I have made a couple of trips, and also Dr. Kenny and I have made some trips over to the Capitol. We've had lunch over there. We've sat there and allowed legislators to come and talk to us. But we've been invited. We've invited them. I thought it was a great showing that we had 5 legislators involved in the Kentucky United We Learn last convening. That was great to hear them have that input. That also gives them buy-in, because let's face it, we have to have their approval at the end of the day. So to have their input. So I've also been out to talk at KSBA. I was the keynote speaker, KASA. I will say this, and this may not happen every time, but I did the opening day keynote at Shelby County yesterday. I was the last person to leave the gym, and that was intentional. I actually was late for another meeting, the Kentucky United We Learn leadership group, and I apologize.
You didn't run all the people out of the gym.
No, I didn't sing. I didn't sing. If I've been singing, they would have very, very quickly. But the beauty of that was there were so many people that had the opportunity to say their views, and I had the opportunity to listen. So, I know my schedule. I've already seen the schedule for the first month and a week. It's very busy, but I think it's very important to have that time where people can approach you, students especially. You can expect me. I've already done some scheduling to be a moderator at an academic match. I've done some scheduling. Well, I'm going to go to football games. I love Friday night football, as a matter of fact, but I also love academic team competitions. So those are opportunities that I have as trying to be an ambassador for public education. As far as organizational leader, one of the things I want to thank the department, the people, my colleagues, the people I work with have been phenomenal so far. They've been patient with me as I learn the role. Yes, I've been drinking from a fire hydrant, but I'm pretty thirsty, so I'm ready for that. They've been great. I've had opportunities to set up different type of structures as far as systems, like a cross agency. There was already leadership meetings, but we've tried to make that focus to be like, how are we working together to solve issues? How are we working together? For example, the very first thing we're tackling is what does our telework policy look like? How can we improve that? But we're sitting down as a leadership team to do that together. Also, too, I've changed there's direct reports with associate commissioners directly with me. I've changed that so that happens every 2 weeks. I'm going to try to make Mondays sacred, just for KDE. And those direct reports will be the opportunity for, first of all, for those issues for the commissioner to be aware of, but also things that they need, action items that we need to move forward on very quickly. So we've done some organizational structures we're very happy with, and of course Kentucky United We Learn. Just any part of that work is phenomenal. I think we all have the same goal in mind, but how the pathway. I think we have some different pathways to how to get there, but it's exciting work. And the last thing I'll say is before I finish, and I want to bring this up for just a second. When I was interviewed, and this is my second meeting, by the way. My first meeting, every single person here was asking me questions, which was great. But as a commissioner, this is definitely my first meeting. And I want to read a list that was put together. And I ended my interview with, what's one characteristic or expectation that you would have of the new commissioner? Liaison between 171 superintendents in the Kentucky Department of Education. Big vision, the ability to inspire others. Servant leader. Takes the time to be prepared and know what we're doing. Sincere. Communicate effectively, particularly with schools. Authentic. Trusted. Bold vision. True. Strong. Good morals. holds himself accountable, and also has a sense of accountability to those around him, takes a stand, sticks with it, but also mend fences.
That's all.
That's it. That was it. And what happened was I asked each member to give one characteristic. So those are the new folks that are here right now. I'm going to ask you, what's the one characteristic? If you could like to add to that or encourage one, what is the one characteristic you'd like to add to that? And again, this may not be on an evaluation, but this is how I'm going to evaluate myself personally. So, one word, one characteristic that you'd like to see in the new commissioner.
I think you hit on it, that I would like to see servant leader. I think that's the most important.
Kind of expanding on what I said earlier, visible. That would be my word of choice.
It was in the list, but just the communication between the superintendents, I think, would be awesome.
If selected, this would be how I'd evaluate myself. And again, of course, we will look at an evaluation for the commissioner at our next meeting, but this is also the items I'll look at each and every day to make sure I'm trying to uphold your expectations. So, with that, Dr. Joel?
And Steve, actually, I think I'll add one more thing because it's been implied in almost every one of our conversations, but I don't want to leave without explicitly calling out our desire to establish goals around our commitment to equity. And we understand equity in a very broad sense of meaning that we meet the needs of every learner in the Commonwealth, whatever that looks like. This is not a social war. This is about meeting the needs of individual learners, and you can't address United We Learn or a new accountability system or instructional leadership or even visibility and relationship building without calling out the importance in this Commonwealth that we meet the needs of every learner, rural poor, urban poor, every one of them, gifted and talented, students with disabilities, English learners, all of them in our conversation. And I think it's really important. It has been important since day one with this board, and we just need to make sure we capture it in our notes. And I see Dr. Robinson.
Thanks, Lou. I have to remember to unmute myself. I really appreciate coming back to the core value of equity, which we intend to serve through everything that we do. So I'm wondering, as we think about this next evaluation cycle, the ways in which we can incorporate those equity metrics that certainly we've been developing through the equity playbook and the research that we're doing on that, but make sure that our equity metrics are, people are aware, we are aware, so that we can be aware of how we can do better. We've got some proud results to stand on, but that's just the beginning.
To be an engaging couple of hours in terms of, discovering who you are, who others are, but most importantly, focusing on the things that are important. All of your legacies are what happens now. That's going to be how you're going to be measured. Is it better when you're done than what you inherited? And that's your goal. And there's a whole bunch of students and staff and, again, communities that are relying on you and your work. You've made an excellent hire. You're people who are committed and dedicated to all the right things. This is probably the last part of the relaxation that one might have because school's going to be starting here pretty quick. Legislature's going to kick back in, and of course there's a lot of things that are out there. But work together, stand as one, and know that Dr. Fletcher is a perfectionist. He's going to try to meet every single thing that you just said today, and I'm going to tell you that that's not going to be possible. There's a big learning curve that has to take place, but he's committed to it. And so congratulations on the hire, congratulations for getting to this point, and know that I'm a big fan of Kentucky education. I look forward to watching your progress. And if there's anything that I or our company can do in the future to help support the work, just let us know. So it's been a real pleasure, and I wish you the very, very best going forward.
Dr. Joel, it's been a pleasure working with you. Thanks to everyone for the engagement. I know Robbie's going to process a lot with support from the notes from today's meeting. And we will pick this up again in October when we work on reaffirming our board goals and goals for our new commissioner. At this time, right on time, Dr. Joel, we'll break for lunch. Let's reconvene at about 1:05 if that appears to be enough time. Granny is telling me that the food is that way. So take a break, grab some lunch, come back, get some steps in, hydrate, and we'll get started again about 1:05 if that appears to be enough time. All right, welcome back, everyone. Thanks for lunch. Those of you who had hands in preparing that, it was delicious. We did need a little bit more time also to enjoy this beautiful scenery out here at K-State's Agriculture Research and Development Farm, so thanks for all of the views as well. We are going to reconvene after our lunch break, and we're going to spend 2 quality hours with our team from the Office of Assessment and Accountability. Ladies, you do know we have a hard stop at 3 o'clock in order to make it to a reception on time, but other than that, we want to just lean into our new assessment and accountability prototypes in this conversation. Several of us have had the opportunity to participate with Jennifer and Rhonda on the development of this work as we work through Kentucky United We Learn, but we're also keenly aware that many of you have not had this same chance to see the inner workings of the process. So please know that questions are encouraged and we want to engage with you to the extent possible. I also see that Secretary Link has joined us for the afternoon. Thank you for being here, Jamie. We're glad you're here. We hope you enjoy this deep dive into assessment and accountability. It'll be so fun for you.
Yes, ma'am.
So with us today, our Associate Commissioner Rhonda Sims with the Office of Assessment and Accountability, and really important director title I never can remember for Jennifer Stafford, also with the Office of Assessment and Accountability. You do have the slide deck in your portal. Ladies, take it away.
Thank you so much. We're on. Well, we appreciate time on the retreat agenda, and I think we are in for some exciting conversation because this is about moving toward an exciting future for assessment, accountability, and reimagining what the system can be. And you heard quite a bit of that, and you shared that conversation today as you were talking about goals for this group and for the commissioner. So we're excited to be with you today to kind of begin this conversation. And we'll be providing for you some updates of kind of how the work has evolved. It's involved the Kentucky United We Learn Council. It's involved multiple stakeholder groups weighing in. And because we do have people coming to this with kind of a variety of experience, we are going to kind of step back slightly and talk about the some things around the very first 2 prototypes that were put forward, and we have some data on reactions to those. That's to kind of give us some context. And then from that data, we already are proposing some ideas to move forward into a version 3 prototype. And I guess what I would remind us of is with the prototypes, it's really a structure to talk about a lot of the details you could find within assessment and accountability systems. And so they are not mutually exclusive. It's not the idea that you will choose one prototype versus another prototype. There might be elements of one that you really find promising and interesting and exciting that then might move forward into the next version. There might be elements that would drop away. We're going to share with you where we see some trending data. You know, we still have more data together and feedback from groups, but we're going to share with you sort of some trends today. And then we, most importantly, want you to have some time to engage with the information, to discuss it with each other and to share feedback as a group. So we'll take some breaks periodically for that conversation to occur. I will mention we are kind of structured this around 4 big areas. And, you know, when we say assessment and accountability, it's the natural tendency to put those 2 things together because they are systems that overlap, they interact. The assessment represents the measures that many times feed into the accountability program. But we are going to talk very specifically about state accountability, federal accountability, assessment, and also reporting. So we've kind of divided some of the feedback, some of the conversations to date. Dr. Jennifer Stafford has done a yeoman's job with facilitating and working with this project, which is very large and encompassing. And we've had lots of teammates along the way that have really contributed, both within the department and partners that have come into the work through the grant. So we're just excited to kind of let you know where we are, get your reactions, your feedback, have you have time to engage in the conversation. And again, there is never a too simple question or a bad question in the world of assessment and accountability. So there may be questions today. I'm sure Commissioner Fletcher, that's been able to be engaged in this work, he will, I'm sure, add some things as we go along and as well, and some questions. Jennifer, I'm going to turn to you to get us started here.
Thank you, Rhonda, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jennifer Stafford, and we've had a tremendous amount of work and progress on our Kentucky United We Learn. We've got great partners and a wonderful KDE team that is facilitating and working on this. So Rhonda and I get to be here, but we've got a whole team and host of partners and staff behind us. So as we move into this conversation, it's been a long time coming. We're here in the summer of 2024 discussing the development of prototypes, but it started long ago. 4 years ago in 2020, we had a education survey that stakeholders engaged in telling us what they prioritize and the directions that they want to go. Based on that, the Kentucky United We Learn report was developed that had three big priorities. Was accelerating innovation, especially in assessment and accountability, engaging students in vibrant learning experiences, and engaging communities. The Kentucky Coalition of Accelerating Education, they met in 2021 and furthered that conversation. The department received a grant, a competitive grant for state assessments. It was a $3 million grant that is funding the work with the Kentucky United We Learn Council. So this is an evolving, it's exciting point to get us here to have this conversation today. The roadmap that you see brings us to summer of 2024 in the development of prototypes. And it's been an iterative process. These prototypes, as Rhonda mentioned, are evolving. We started at our April convening of 2024 with a work group out of a subset of members of the council to give us feedback and hear what they wanted in an assessment and an accountability system. We started with a version 1.0. As the facilitators of that work group called the Menu of Options work group, we thought we had their ideas down, and the MOO.
We are at the farm today,
yes.
So it's appropriate. The MOO work group.
And we developed 4 prototypes in that version 1.0. So we sent it out to our MOO group, our Menu of Options members, and they quickly told us that we needed to make some changes. So version 2.0 had 2 prototypes in it. And at that point, we engaged with the Menu of Options work group members. They gave us feedback. We shared that version 2.0 quite broadly. We sent it out to superintendents. We sent it out to district assessment coordinators. We've shared it on superintendent webcast, DAC webcast, as well as with some advisory groups. The Cool Council got to weigh in on it at their last meeting. We've discussed with the local Superintendent Advisory Council, our SCAC, School Curriculum Assessment and Accountability Council. So it's had a broad amount of exposure. We did ask people to engage with a survey, and we're going to share some of those results with you. At the cool convening, we did have several members of our legislature there and engaged throughout the day, was very engaged in conversations. And at this point now, we're kind of turning from the development of the prototypes toward a study phase. And that's where we're engaging with you, because we want to know what you want to find out and know more about with these options that we have and these critical elements. So this afternoon, we're going to engage with some of the key elements of the prototype and move toward the study phase. You'll notice that in the version that you have, it's currently version 3.0. And 3.0 has brought together a pathway for possible discussion as we're moving toward the study phase and toward a possible discussion with the board, so that you can then make decisions after the study phase. So the council will come back in late fall. I think we're going to meet in October, late October, and then in the spring come back with some recommendations to KDE and then to the Kentucky Board of Education. So there's this iterative process that we're going to continue to hone in and develop these systems, with the goal of having, for the 2026 legislative session, having a recommendation or some policies to move forward through with the General Assembly. So that's the kind of where we're driving toward with meeting that with the General Assembly of 2026. So that seems like a long way away, but it's really not. Less than 18 months at this point. So we've got a good plan to get us there, though. Okay, so let's jump into an approach that was taken that what came out of that menu of options work group through an accreditation style accountability system. Now this is moving us into the state accountability portion of our discussion. So with this accreditation style accountability system, it would emphasize transparency by providing families and communities information on a set of quality domains that is locally customized. Now, one of the things that we heard from our menu of options work group is that they like personalization, student agency, and innovation. So as we developed these critical elements, then we took those priorities to these options. So looking at the accreditation style, it would be a process that the schools would engage with collecting evidence around specific domains. Those could be around vibrant learning experiences, school culture and student well-being, and so forth. So the approach here that there would be a external evaluator that would come in and evaluate the submission of evidence based on a set of rubrics and would give the school feedback for continuous improvement. So they would be collaborative with the school, and this would give the school some flexibility with the directions that they are going and around what their evidences are that they present. So they could take a variety of ways to submit evidence and their strategies and processes that they would then submit for evidence. It would include an ongoing collection of evidence. We would think that it would be at least for formal evaluation around every 3 years. They could, in essence, continuously collect and submit evidence, and we could have a transparent school report card or some data display that would let the community and families know where they are in relation to those quality domains. So now, in this approach, the recommendation or the approach here would be to reduce the federal accountability systems just to meet the basic federal laws. And within the state accountability system, remove the colors. So that's one of the pieces within this approach. Now, we did, as I mentioned earlier, share a survey with our stakeholders, and we've had some response back to this survey. You'll note that there's not a lot of respondents here. And as we move forward into our next steps with our next prototype, we will encourage more participation and more feedback around the next survey and the next prototype that is shared. So you'll note here that there's some variability within the different role groups. You can see that our SCAC members and our Cool Counselor members overwhelmingly supported the accreditation model. But when you look at the superintendents and district assessment coordinators, there was not as much of that agreement with the accreditation style model.
And obviously, this is a big concept, so people are really kind of weighing in on a big concept and then some details, and under that, I think as we move forward to seek more feedback in the study phase, as well as do some very specific kinds of work, and look at specific questions, you will probably be able to get more feedback as people get more honed in to the issue, because here it's really a very general sort of concept at this point with some key ideas in under it.
Okay, let's look now at another approach, which brings in the vibrant learning experiences. There's a variety of ways that vibrant learning experiences could be valued within the accountability model. The two are displayed here on the slide for us. Option 2.1A brings the vibrant learning experiences into accountability through capturing the students that are engaged in the vibrant learning experiences. And again, this could be met in a variety of ways, so that the local school or the local school district could choose the direction of that student-centered learning. A work group that met a subset of the Kentucky United We Learn Council members, they met during the November through April, and it was a list of student-centered options that they come up with. And so you can see here the options that are examples that the schools could choose from. They also would like to have the ability to create and propose their own different style of vibrant learning experiences that could be included in an accountability system. And obviously that would be a process that would have to be developed through the department, working with like local labs of learning and groups that are engaged in these student-centered experiences. Now, with this option, the 2.1A, it would be a percentage of students who are actually engaged in the experience. So this would be reported from the district and captured through data collection. Looking at the second option, 2.1b, brings in the Vibrant Learning Experience Indicator into the state accountability system. And this one is more about the schools submitting evidence about the quality of where the experiences are and what they are providing the students. So it would be actually evaluated on a rubric to see if there's no evidence to an exceptional evidence that the school is offering vibrant learning experiences. This vibrant learning experiences in this option could be reported alongside all of the other federally required indicators within the accountability system, so that it would be valued the same way as the other indicators within the system. That last bullet there is about moving and using this indicator impacting the color rating. But as I'm going to share, I think that there's agreement from all the groups that to remove those color ratings from the state. So if we let's look at the data on that vibrant learning experience. You'll note here again that there was some disagreement among the role groups that responded in the number of respondents of which they were supporting. Again, the 2.1a, the green is the percentages of students included, and the 2.1b is more about the rubrics. And then you can see that there were some respondents that like neither one of those. So now, a possible direction for implementing these could be that the state takes two different paths and takes a phased-in approach, whereas we could adopt the Vibrant Learning Experience Indicator and include that into accountability, while developing the preparedness of a school or district for the accreditation model. So we could expand the accreditation model in parallel with implementing the vibrant learning experiences, and until our schools and districts had the comfort level with implementing an accreditation style. So we could take a phased-in approach. This is just one pathway that we could take with state accountability. Now, if we look and turn toward, as we look and think about those choice points with the accreditation model, the vibrant learning experiences, as we take those to the study phase, we've shared here some study questions, a possible pathway to get us there, and we've also mentioned the design principles for which it is addressing. Now, the design principles were developed during the first year of the Cool Council. The Accelerating Innovation Standing Committee designed and put forth a draft of these design principles after much research. So the Accelerating Innovation Standing Committee spent the first year looking at and deciding what was of value to them. And as they did, they developed these design principles that were organized around valuing students and their experiences and outcomes, valuing the context and the expertise within the local communities, and continuous improvement. So these design principles are guideposts. They're ways in which that the system can be evaluated to ensure that we are staying true to the course of the values of the council. So you can see here that the possible change to an accreditation style model meets design principles, and we, just for the sake of conciseness in the version 3.0 document that you received, we just put 1 or 2, maybe 3, but there's a multiple design principles that could be associated with each of those. That's the design of the table, that it has that guidepost, some high-level stakeholder input, the possible change that we've mentioned, and then we really want to think about the study questions on each of these, because as we move into the study phase, we want to ensure that we're asking pertinent questions and the ones that's going to help us come to a informed decision, and one that we want you to engage with and have input on as we move into that study phase. So we're going to ask you to look at these and engage with these. But let me stop there, because that's a lot of information.
I think you have one more table.
Oh, do I?
Yeah,
Oh,
do you want to mention it?
oh, and I think that's just the same information around the design principles and this is the VLE.
So just in terms of, for those folks that have not had as much time for engagement in the process, the very first things we shared on the accreditation slide, that was really the version 2. The feedback are the pie charts or the other metrics that we've shared with you. And based on that feedback, we have gotten to a version 3 that's really reflected in these charts as well as in the full document we shared. So you can see a bit of the evolution of some of the ideas if you think back to the first slide on accreditation, and then linking it forward to then possibly what's the next step of studying in this area. So just to make sure we're clear, it's a little, we've had version 2, we've had feedback, we've made adjustments to the version 3. So now here today we're talking about version 3. But we felt like, again, for the context and for especially those who have not had as much experience, you needed to sort of see where we had started in order to understand the feedback data.
Yet.
This is a 3.0 slide.
Okay.
The tables are 3.0 slides, and they are actually lifted directly from the paper that was shared with you.
Okay.
It's in the portal.
Okay.
I think one of the things is, if I may,
Please.
thank
Please,
you.
please.
I think one of the things that's very important as we go into the study phase is, I think it's great for board members to say, what questions do we have that we would like to include in this study phase? So, is there a particular question we would like districts to look into as it relates to this particular design principle, this particular, if we go back one, please, to the vibrant learning, if you want. There we go. If you look at those possible study questions, I think this is a great area for us to focus on. And again, you may even want to make other comments. We're more than happy to hear those, absolutely. But I think that this possible study questions area would be something that, if you're a board member or anyone, this is what you'd like to see from districts. Okay, this is the question that we have for you, we really want you to think about. So is there any type, would you agree with that, Dr. Stafford and Sims?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So if there's a question you'd like to say, okay, can we add this to that study phase, what would it be?
Yeah, and also just to call board members' attention, in your portal is the document, version 3.0 document, starting on page 5. And so I think I was looking for that other kind of intro statement, and now I see where the tables interface. So just kind of, if you want to toggle between the two of those to better understand the model.
And something else too that to kind of keep in mind, there's some data here we may have later on, but you know, we ask a lot of questions and we're saying, okay, these are decision points that we're trying to moving towards, if you will. For example, it's overwhelming. There's an overwhelming support to go from change to student growth. So that makes those type of decisions a little easier because, you know, I think the most important thing that we hear from, whether it be teachers, whether it be superintendents, whether it be our school council members, for the most part, I think almost all of our school council members, they'll say, where did you get the child and where did you take them? So that growth model is student growth model seems to be very important. I think it was like 90-some% of our, oh, there we go. Thank you for that. But anyway, 90-some% of the folks that we've talked to were all about that student growth, if you will.
And when we look at those pie slices, I'm just trying to toggle between the two, forgive me. I hadn't seen 3.0, so we would toggle between the two. Option 1.1A simplified, option 1.1B no changes or neither. Can you remind me what those slices are?
It's under it's under your federal piece, isn't it?
You want to go to the assessment piece?
So I think one of we had the individual student growth conversation in the next section.
Okay.
So we kind of moved forward. So
Okay.
if you don't mind, maybe we should to have a little feedback on the first section.
Sure.
And then we'll move forward into the individual student. But as the commissioner said, there are a few things that have trended where there's a lot of agreement. Now, again, the number of respondents, we need more response. You know, that's clear, but we're just bringing what we've got at this stage. What we've got, we've been out in front of a number of groups, number of opportunities. And again, I think sometimes people are trying to get their head around all the big piece of it.
Yeah.
And, you know, we'll start getting more feedback as it gets more focused down.
For the obvious, which I sometimes have, is that there was enough consensus in all of the feedback from various constituent groups to have them design 3.0 with the foundation as an accreditation type model. So that's a big step forward from July 29th to today, that version 3.0 is premised on an accreditation style model.
There's actually two versions. Is that correct, Jennifer?
That's right. So
okay.
I think that the accreditation style model is in the pathway to get there is to develop it. So starting with the vibrant learning experience and taking a phased-in approach, possibly to get to an accreditation style model, so that we start with vibrant learning experiences because that's where we've heard from all of our stakeholders that they value the student outcomes and the learner experiences. As we continue to explore the accreditation model and see where the schools are within preparedness, and then as we move toward the building that capacity within the schools toward those accreditation style model, then step toward an accreditation model. But start with the vibrant learning experiences first and then work toward that. I think that's kind of where we are with version 3.0. And that's what we want your feedback on as well as we move toward the study phase.
Do you have a sense of what the hang-ups were with the superintendents and DAC?
So I think that the implementation of an accreditation model would be time intensive, labor intensive. It's one in which that it's new and evolving, and it's unsure what it would look like. So I think that may a bit of that. Yeah.
From the old program review, writing portfolio scoring, and local, the subjectivity that might creep in, as well as the kind of perverse notion that schools would cheat on that kind of accountability system. I think that's a bit of a hang-up. I think it would be really important that we eschew that old paradigm if we move forward. Do we know of any states that are moving toward an accreditation style model? I don't either. Okay. And that's, again,
Not
that
as their
highlights
full
the
model.
unknown.
Not as their full model. There might
Okay.
be states doing pieces,
Sure.
moving in a path, but we're not aware of any state that's fully trying to meet all of their state factors as well as federal factors with accreditation only.
Another thing you'll see with a big question there is how exactly does this play into the federal accountability, state accountability, and the big question there is a lot of times is TSI, CSI, particularly CSI. You know, if you're looking at an accreditation model, are we still going to be using data for math and reading, which we have to, I believe, if we stay with that. So you still have to have that model of a test of some sort to rank and get a hard number versus a lot of times with districts you think about, if you say accreditation, we don't want it to be subjective to say who's in the bottom 5%. If that would be safe to say. I think that's a big hang-up. So they want the hard data, and personally I understand that. I fully understand that hard data to say this is the bottom 5%, because then that takes the subjectivity out of it. I don't think that people are you know, as far as when you talk to superintendents, that's a hang-up, if you will. When you talk to others, I think that's a hang-up. Mike, anything you'd like to add on that as far as a former superintendent?
No, I think we've talked about it earlier. Change is just very difficult, and conceptually understanding this. I pulled back up that the slide where you're talking about the accreditation. Could you pull that back up? Okay, so what we're talking about is you would be meeting all 5 of those areas plus a local decision that you'd be working towards too. I think really the reality is everything we've done right now has been the academic outcomes, and that's the only thing we focus on. I think if people would be open-minded when you talk about the vibrant learning experiences, the teaching and leadership, I mean, we heard it today, the well-being. I mean, there's districts that are doing a great deal of work in that. And I think if you really track this when you start talking about our early age students, if you had those 5 things in place, everything will fall into place the older the kids get. If we're missing those big pieces, because we sit there and talk about academic outcomes, and that's something that I'll brag a little bit on my former district, is when we got our kids after COVID, it wasn't about any test scores. It was about getting them back in, getting them right, getting them back in. And what we're seeing at the back end of our system is our kids in the high school are meeting all of those things. But all of the things on the front end don't always just show out in the academic scores at the very moment if they're in the 3rd grade or the 4th grade. So we have to look at this more as that holistic approach. It's going to be difficult. I agree, Robbie and Dr. Young, the thought of the portfolios and how you commit it. But if we look at, we know we are federally required to do the math and reading and science. Okay, let's do that. Growth, I think, is a great thing from what you talked about. Everybody's been screaming change. But these other things, there could be a school district that's struggling academically right now, and they're doing a great job with student well-being. Well, that's something that they can bring to the forefront. Now I got to work on my vibrant experiences. Maybe I don't have a lot of those. Other things that you'll hear in the state is the opportunities. If I'm in a certain area of the state, I may not have a lot of outside opportunities. So how do I create those partnerships? Well, if we all work together as a state, that's going to give all of the kids all the options no matter where they are in the state. So I'm all for this. I think it'll take a little bit of pain. I think if superintendents, like we all know, you get a survey and you're trying to do it real quick and you really don't understand those things, I'm really excited of the fact that this is out there, because I think, we've had some school districts doing pilots with some of the Tanner work. This is a lot of what this is, and it gives you a lot more flexibility. And what's going on in Lawrence County when we talk about community connection may be totally different than what's going on in Paducah, but they're both connecting with their communities and meeting the needs of their communities. So I'll be quiet now, Rob. I promise I wouldn't talk much this time.
I really want to echo that in that it took me a while to warm up to the accreditation style model. I first heard Susan Lyons talk about that about 2.5 years ago, and I was like, I kind of get it, but I just didn't think, my mind wasn't there yet. But as I get there, I'm with Mike in that it begins to show these broadened domains of school quality that we all long for. Those things that really, we say all the time, this is the magic sauce of what's happening in schools around safety and climate and social emotional learning and support for kids, yet we're boiled down to a metric around reading and math in grades 3 through 8 every year. And so broadening that understanding of school quality, I think, is really important in this conversation. But for those who desire seeing reading and math tests in grades 3 through 8 every single year, they're going to get that too, right? But it helps us to rebalance the emphasis on some annual measures against these larger sets of quality indicators that really get to the heart of the quality of Ludlow and Pike County and Lawrence County and Jessamine County, et cetera. So I think that it will be a bit of pain and gnashing of teeth on the front end, but I think that's when we bring all of our communications efforts to bear and all of the good listening as we get to more and more constituent groups to have these conversations and ask what we give up. There are some folks who are going to want to know, how does Ludlow compare to Boone County compared to Kenton County? They can see that in reading and math. Give it up. And we're going to do what's required. We're going to give them the bottom 5%. So we will give CSI, TSI, ATSI, and other to the feds as required, but then leave everybody else out of the mix and have them just continue to work on continuous improvement around the quality indicators. I think that takes a lot of the kind of unhealthy competition off the table as well. Dr. Fletcher?
And to add to what Dr. Young is saying, if you look at, and agreed, we've talked about this in our groups about that number. I think you said this, let's render under Caesar what is Caesar's. But on the other hand, too, I love the approach that Jennifer and everyone's given us. This could be a continuum too. So if you look at how do we start off by measuring just if you're offering vibrant learning, to the point of how is that quality. But also think of this as an opportunity for districts to work together. If we have some type of rubric, and then we could put, and again, I don't want to put too much out there, but this is just Robbie Fletcher as an educator looking in. You know, if we had cohorts of districts that are working together around the same rubric to lift each other up and to say, hey, let's celebrate what's going on in Ludlow, let's celebrate what's going on in Campbellsville, let's celebrate what's going on in Woodford County, but also, you know what, this is something that we could learn from Woodford County. This is something that we could learn from Murray Independent. Collaboration, not competition. I think that's the big thing that for me is how do we lift each other up? How do we support each other? Some of the things, the Tanner work that you're going to see in Kenton County is phenomenal. And the reason why it's phenomenal, it's so based on what their community wants. And how do we make sure that we get that back into, give each district that opportunity to spotlight what's important to their community, but also to how do we lift each other up? So as we move forward, yes, the ranking system with the with the federal accountability parts, we get that, but also too, how do we work together to lift each other up? And I'm going to say one other thing, and this was said by the new superintendent in Shelby County yesterday. You know, and I'm going to just play on it just a little bit. You know, our first name may be Ludlow, our first name may be Lawrence County, our first name may be Kenton County, our first name may be Fayette County, but our last name's Kentucky. All of our last name is Kentucky. He was using it as a Shelby County just for his schools, but we're all in this together. Catch that all in. Mm-hmm. We're all in this together, and how do we lift each other up as we go through? So again, I think there's some really exciting information here as we go through.
And Jennifer, I think I heard you say an external evaluator would validate the results, which is something that didn't happen in program reviews and portfolio scoring unless they were purposefully selected for an audit. Some follow-up, yeah.
Auditing.
But the more valid and reliable process because of an external evaluator, I think, is an important note.
And that's what I need to learn personally. That's where I need to learn more about. What does that external evaluator look like? So again, I'm sitting here as a learner with you too. So keep that in mind. How's that look? So as we go through, that's things we'll hash out in this study phase.
Just one last thing.
One of the questions you've got to address in the study phase regards the measures by which we understand the equity impact and outcomes. and the student growth as a dimension of looking at some of the academic achievement data and so forth. That's an important that would be an important metric. But I do think that there are folks who are, in fact, they've spoken to me. They're worried that a new system will obscure our ability to see the equity outcomes that would justify interventions and notice, so that we can change what's going on in order to reduce the differential impact that is not warranted and not the desired outcome. So I think we've got to tease out the questions that allow people to just reflect on that function that the current system does in fact hold, but let them know that we're looking for a system that informs what we do about the differential outcomes that we've been experiencing historically. And, what do? Turn around and just give another test when you don't even understand what the intervention ought to be. You don't have time to initiate the intervention before it's time to give another test. So, that's an argument that I think is being developed as we approach the reauthorization of ESSA. But in the meantime, while we're trying to improve the accountability system, folks are alert to the unintended outcome that some of the equity information would become obscure.
Urgency of that sentiment. And I think in terms of the study questions, I think it was Rhonda and I that had this conversation on the 29th, not Jennifer and I. But one of the things I'd like to see prominently, and again, I have to read the document more carefully, but any data that can be disaggregated by student population will and should be disaggregated by student population. The feds require it, but we should have that same design principle in mind in all of our quality measures. So if disaggregation by student population is appropriate for any measure that we use, that should be the minimum expectation, because we do want to ensure that we are true to that desired goal of equitable access and opportunity for all learners in Kentucky. So I think it's really important, if it's not already captured in here, Jennifer, perhaps it is, that we do in fact capture that.
I was just thinking back to learning experiences slide. On one side, you have really kind of a percentage of an access issue. How many students are getting student-led conferences? What percentage of your students are doing service-based learning? There's a list.
Abilities have access to student-led conferencing as kiddos without disabilities.
If you're looking at that as just a reporting metric, there would be no reason that shouldn't be reported also by groups of students.
Agreed. Okay.
By all groups of students. And that's more of an access issue.
Opportunity is what this
right.
commissioner's about, right? So it's
That's right.
The equitable disag, I think, is fundamental to the new model. Yeah.
I was just going to say the last thing I would assume some of the pushback from DACs and superintendents is, how are you going to get that data? And how cumbersome would that be from the district? Or is that going to, I hate to say it, but is that going to create a position we got to make just to be able to report all of these things? But like you said, Rhonda, that's a pretty easy thing on just when you're doing conferences, you have that data, you can keep track of that. But I think that's going to be the challenge, is how do we report that and how does it have validity without becoming a monstrous task on a yearly basis?
Right. That's right.
Be on the list, yeah.
This is wonderful. This is really good feedback. Any other research questions around this state before we move on to the federal piece?
I have a question about the vibrant learning experience.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
I'm sorry.
On the vibrant learning experience, and I'll repeat the question, Jennifer. is when we have the list of options that we use here as the example of disaggregated kinds of information, we have listed there that this could be included in a federal accountability piece. Because, you know, much in the way we include post-secondary readiness, and we have percentages of our students ready in terms of career, are they ready in terms of academic measures, have they achieved a bonus that's in state law, you could potentially have some collection that would be acceptable federally. So I think when this was shown as two samples, that piece would have a less of a lift federally than the piece on the right that's more rubric driven. Because we already have something in the federal system that we're using now that's really this kind of collection for post-secondary readiness. Did that sort of answer, Holly? So if there's not something right now, there's not something that currently exists, but there is the potential that you could use something like that to meet part of the federal requirements. It wouldn't take the place of reading and math testing, but there are other pieces you have to do federally. Right. There are other things, and I think we tried to get to that with the last statement, but yeah. Right, you'd have to have you'd have to have a collection process to do that.
Right, and I think you're hitting right on what the members said as well, is because they did not want to be limited in their flexibility to offer students different types of opportunities that are relevant to them. So in their local context and what the students want to engage with. So that's the piece that they were hitting on as well.
Thank you.
Yet or not, but just as an example, under the study question, are these three labels, meets requirements, CSI, TSI, and ATSI, preferable to the color system? I just really want to take a strong stance that the answer for me is absolutely yes. I've heard principals this year, principals whom I admire, say, I'm really sorry we got to blue. Is blue the highest or green the highest? Blue's the highest. I'm really sorry we got to blue, because what if next year we dip just a little bit to be green? Well, I'm not worried about whether you're blue, green, or teal at all. And so thinking about the nuance difference, which often is 1 point. You tell a story about it's one kid at Shelby Valley High School. That difference between green and blue, and I'm kind of proud of the fact I don't know which is which, that to me is the unhealthy, perverse nature of the current competition system, when in fact, meeting requirements is our expectation. And you can celebrate at the local district level beyond requirements to the extent that you can buy cake. I'm perfectly fine with that. But as far as what our policy lends itself to, ensuring that we're meeting those minimum federal requirements and supporting schools and districts that meet the requirements and move forward, I think is our responsibility, not fueling this less than productive competition. That's my soapbox, Sharon.
Amen.
Oh, good. I got an amen. I got an amen.
That moves us into the federal accountability piece. So shall we move there? And because that's a very good segue to some areas that we have had agreement. So we started out with the accreditation model and the vibrant learning experiences. And if we could bring up the PowerPoint, we can see that the individual student growth versus change is an area that we do have agreement on.
For several years, Kentucky has exceeded the minimum federal requirement on assessment and accountability by statute. And so we do hear consistently from the field this federal overreach that we have become complicit around as a state.
Federal accountability, there's a desire to move away from the change element that is in our current state statute, as Dr. Young was mentioning. We have the current system has both status, which we've had for years in Kentucky, that we report on current year student performance. That's what status is. Change, though, is different in the fact that we're looking at school performance from the current year to the prior year. So the desire is to move away from that model to an individual student growth model, where you look at students and where they are, specifically on reading and math, and looking at their performance from year to year, where individual student growth is based on student performance, and change is designed around school performance. So there's a little bit of difference there. In the current law, there's the change, and you can see here that we have really good agreement to move to an individual growth model and away from the change within that federal system.
And it's listed here in the federal system because even though it's in state statute, it is used to meet our federal requirement. Because you have to have not just performance on the test, but you have to have another measure. And for several years, we used growth in reading math as that measure. And then when change came in, we had to get approval from the federal government to use change as that part of the system.
Statutory change.
Statutory change.
To give those that may or may not know, we were talking about this at lunch. First of all, a lot of times when you look at change, you're looking at maybe third graders from this year versus third graders from last year. That's one way to look at it too. But the current system also, let's say you had a year, I can think of one school in particular, which was very small, that lost half their staff, and their test scores may have dropped 10, 15, 20 points. Well, they got, due to the change element, it was actually doubled. So if they dropped 20, then they dropped another 20, so that really they dropped 40 points. So, but on the flip side of that, kind of like the example that Dr. Young was using earlier, if you're a school that you went up 10 points one year on the accountability number, so in effect you went up 20 because that change was doubled and added to your accountability, and you had a lot of districts saying, oh my, there's no way we can keep that up. So if we increase by 10 this year, it was almost like they were saying they were sorry, because then there's almost like a guaranteed drop, because that change element, if you go up to 80, let's say, for an index, it's going to be very difficult you can't go up by 10 again, or you could, but it'd be very unlikely. So if you only went up 2, then you went up another 2 points. That change element has such a big bearing on that. So if you just drop after having a big year of 10, and in small districts, that's very possible. In a small district, it is very possible to go up 10 one year and then drop 10 the next year. And so that there's a volatility there, especially with your smaller districts.
But in that second example, that school or district is still meeting requirements, despite that volatility in most cases.
Most cases.
Jennifer, Holly and I were at the same table on the 29th, and we did get a little wrapped around the axle on the way that we currently define change, and I heard you say it really clearly, and now it's starting to sink in, is school change. So an elementary school would be grades 3, 4, and 5 average together for change from school level to school from one year to the next. Growth would be individual third graders from third grade to individual third graders as fourth graders, not the cumulated total for school change, right? So when Robbie talks about it's doubled, that means those scores are represented in both status and change as a double whammy in the overall accountability measures.
That's right. And the change element is on every single indicator. So there's an exclusive list of indicators
so
right now in the system.
Double.
So if it's the reading and math indicator, so it's the performance on that reading and math indicator from the current year to the prior year. And it's the same for each of those indicators within the model.
And when the system had individual growth in the past, you literally took kid by kid. Did that student move up? And then you subdivided the lower performance levels. So if I had a novice performing student, even within that, you looked at, did they move up within the range of novice? And then that crediting for each child was rolled together to generate a school score. But it's still looking kid by kid on how they performed one year compared to the next year.
And I will note for us that this is an elementary and middle school indicator only.
Correct.
Because reading and math is only tested 3 through 8 and only once at high school. So when we talk about individual student growth, it is within the elementary and middle school levels.
But remember, high schools do
They
have
have
other metrics like graduation rate and post-secondary. Yeah.
Dr. Robinson, were you trying to jump in? I just want to make sure we don't miss you.
No,
Okay.
no, I'm good.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Another area that we have agreement on is our removing the color system. And as we mentioned earlier, it's a state statute, but we've put it here within the federal system because, as Dr. Young just mentioned, there is a desire to reduce the amount of identification to only the federal required identification. So currently that is CSI, which is Continuous Support and Improvement, TSI, Targeted Support and Improvement, Additional Targeted Support and Improvement, and then we have to have one other identification. So that could be something around like meets requirements. And so I know we are.
Sorry about that.
And so you see the agreement here to remove the color rating within our state. So a flight path that we could take or a path that we could get there is to reduce and simplify that federal footprint to only the required measures and report that alongside of these other measures that we're talking about in state accountability. So that when we get to the reporting, then it is the federally required pieces on top of, and alongside those other pieces that we value.
EMI.
I am sitting by Dr. Young, and that's all I'll say.
So looking at the federal piece and looking toward the study questions, and again, we've developed the 3.0 to have the design principles, and you can see where it would maintain a federal accountability system. Now, as Rhonda mentioned, there are requirements within the federal pieces around reading and math, English language proficiency measures. We could continue to include the post-secondary readiness and graduation at high school. There is a question about this quality of school climate and safety. There seemed to be some support, especially during our Cool Council meeting, and so I think that's one of the study questions that we should see the level of agreement within our schools and other stakeholders, as well then what is the labels of reducing the federal classification to only those that are required by federal statute, and removing those color ratings that are currently within our state system. So let me pause there and see if there's any other questions that you would be interested in knowing about as we move into that study phase.
When we started talking about local accountability, you know, when we talk about accountability in general, this is nowhere. One of the comments that you may hear is are we watering down? I'm going to tell you, absolutely not. If anything, this is taking it to a whole new level of challenging our kids, or challenging our districts, and challenging ourselves to give our kids the best opportunities possible. For example, if a district has, you know, part of their local accountability part, they want to really focus on the STEM activities, the STEM opportunities that they're giving their kids. You know, we really want to focus on science, technology, engineering, mathematics. How can we incorporate that local accountability portion and allow them to develop that overall into their accountability system? Or maybe we have, as part of our district, we really are focused on the arts. We want to say, how can we bring that local accountability part into our overall? So this allows us to have that local autonomy to a degree, but also to obey those federal requirements of making sure that we give those the math, and I'm very much on board with making sure that they have that math and reading assessments so that we can talk about our instruction for the next day. So with that, all that being said, I think our goal here is to give districts the opportunity to celebrate, but also to improve and to grow, and then make sure that we identify what are those things locally that we really appreciate. And then also, too, make sure that our students are still competitive globally when it comes to, you know, what's our levels of reading and mathematics? What's our levels of science and technology that we're offering? What are the things that they're, I'm sorry?
Portrait of learning.
Exactly. Do we have that communicator, our collaborators, our problem solvers? So that gives us that opportunity to really bring in that portrait of the learner work, too.
Okay, so we'll move
Real
then.
quick, hold on, Jennifer, don't go too fast. One thing when we talk about the quality of school climate, we heard a lot of discussion in the last couple of years about just that survey during the assessment. Is there other indicators we can use? I mean, like, when we talk school safety, a lot of us are investing a lot of money into some things, and the kids may not see that or understand, but, you know, depending on when you get the kids at the end of the year, you may not. I know some kids, when you talk to them down the road, they didn't quite understand a certain question. I just think to put everything on just that one survey and that one quick snapshot, we might be able to get a little, if we're going to invest all this time and everything, we might want to put a little focus on that.
Okay, so we can move into the assessment discussion. So at this point, we've just been talking about accountability. And accountability and assessments, they're different. Assessments are those measures and metrics that we test with students, and the different measures that we have with our students to gauge their knowledge and level of knowledge and their thinking. Accountability that we've been talking about are those indicators of school quality. And currently we have the state assessment results in reading and math indicators, the quality of school climate and safety indicators, those post-secondary readiness, graduation rate. Those are the pieces around accountability. Separate but very related or interrelated with the assessment piece. So as we were developing the Cool Council was adopting the Moonshot, it was about accountability, to launch an accountability system that, to build a prosperous Kentucky, will build a accountability system that's meaningful and useful to our students and our learners. But they also had included in that, in their thought processes, was assessments. So even though the Moonshot doesn't specify assessments, we really have to address the assessments in the state. So looking at the PowerPoint presentation, we've reached out to about some different types of options around our assessment options. So if we have, there's actually a couple of different choices that starts with a through year model that captures student learning in growth and reading within the year as well as from year to year. So the idea is that the state would develop a series of assessments that could be utilized for instructional purposes as well as for federal accountability. So looking at replacing the locally adopted interim assessments from, that the schools and districts are currently purchasing and administering in their local schools. The benefit would be that the cost would shift to the state, and that would reduce the testing time with our local districts. So it would free up our resources at the local level, and the state would then develop that series of through course assessments that would be aligned to our Kentucky academic standards, and we would have that cohesive system that would demonstrate student performance aligned to the Kentucky academic standards. Now,
point out that we're talking about the tests that districts give to diagnostically understand where their students are, and they are often under vendor names like MAP testing, FastBridge, STAR, iReady. Those are the kinds of tests that we're talking about here that districts are undertaking on their own as a strategic way to help their students, to intervene and support students around reading and math. I'm not supporting any of those vendors.
Screeners and their universal screen progress monitoring that you see each district's already doing.
Yeah, I assume we know that every district is actually doing them. My gut tells me I couldn't tell you a district that's not. So do we know that? We have not collected that information. We could certainly, that can be one of that might be a study area question to do that. They're doing different ones. I think a few districts have even created their own potentially at times. Mm-hmm. Doing our own district-made interim assessments. I'm really aging myself now, but yeah, that's how we started.
But those are really useful to the district. Would this have the same usability for teachers to be able to meet the needs specifically of their students?
Yes, that's the design. Forward that type of information, that useful information for the districts.
So not just a standard, but specific things. This child needs this, like they don't know these letter sounds, like that, specific kinds of things.
So that would be the design of the test and the length of the test to get to those type of specific areas, giving that feedback to that granular level. So the more granular level that you give, the longer the assessment has to be. So that would go into the design of the through course assessment. Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. But the idea is to replace the other ones, correct?
Take the place of that 2-week window at the end of the year. I mean, it'd be all together essentially. Instead of, this would replace what districts are doing for their progress monitoring, for their universal screeners, and then at the end of the year, instead of having that 2-week window, then this assessment, through course would be also that end of the year assessment, if you will, instead of having a separate state test and then what the districts are doing, because a lot of districts, they're having that last window of their MAP or STAR, whatever, iReady, whatever they're using, and then they also have the state test too.
But I think that answer, Jennifer, still maybe, right? Because we don't know in the through course model. This just started to occur to me on July 29th. MAP is the only one that I know very well, and that is fall administration, winter administration, and spring administration. And if it were the spring administration, it could likely fall in the last month of school or so. But then we have to decide, are we going from spring to spring for summative decisions for feds? If you think it's appropriate, I'd like to look more inside the belly of that beast if we could.
So the idea would be that the last assessment of this series would be the accountable piece. It would bring the proficiency for federal accountability. So each of these interim assessments would then be aligned to that to that piece. Like the fall and the winter administration would be used for instructional purposes, giving some feedback at whatever granular level could be provided, but that final one would be the one to meet the federal classifications.
Reporting out at the state level on the fall or winter administration in this scenario, right?
Because it's an option that could possibly you could do that, but it could be that, there's always that balance between diagnostic and having something very actionable that you can do immediately with kids, and then what does that look like if you're trying to roll it up for some sort of major state level reporting?
Reporting out, rank
That's
ordered
right.
schools
That's right.
in the fall and in the winter, and then again in the spring for accountability purposes.
That's right. And what we have found with other states, there have been states that have explored the idea of using formative.
Maine.
Georgia also had a innovative assessment grant. They explored the notion of using formative assessments for a summative purpose, and they abandoned their movement forward on that because in their report, and we've read the report recently, they felt like that when you put that summative use on top of the diagnostic, it changed the nature and purpose of the diagnostic. So no longer was it just about improving students and giving, linking up information so that it all linked forward. But and again, they may be continuing to explore some other options, but they did not move forward with what they had done in their research study, in their IADA.
And Maine had a short-term allowance to use MAP in that way, and then it was revoked. Is that a correct understanding?
Maine wanted a waiver federally to permit that, and they were told no, is my understanding.
So through course could be problematic at the federal level.
So there are states using through course, but it's separating out, I think, the through course portion a little bit from the diagnostic portion. There are states using it.
Isn't there a consortium of Midwest districts that are doing like a through course and then using that last test as summative? Okay.
And is that New
That's
Meridian?
what this design is. That's a similar design as what the option 1.2A is.
And by chance?
Yeah, they're designed their own, and it might, I'm not sure, don't quote me on that. That's what, I was trying to remember that article. I've read several articles, but it seems like that may be the case.
Yeah, there's North Dakota, I think, has something, or South Dakota, one of the Dakotas has something similar.
Rhonda, with this, would this be just a Kentucky-specific test, or would it be a test that we could compare with some national data? Yeah, because I think some of the times in the discussion when you talk to parents or when even as a student, my own kids, well, I'm proficient. Well, what does that mean? Like when you look and like Dr. Young saying with MAP, I'm in the 60th or 70th percentile nationally. Well, that gives you a national feel. If I'm in the 60th percentile in Kentucky, well, that's not a lot of comparison. If we're going to make this move, now I know that all goes back into what kind of testing or what kind of vendor or whatever, but I do think having that national percentile could be definitely a good discussion, because maybe when it's all said and done, the Commonwealth, our average national percentile is in the 40th, even with some of our bottom percent. So that would be the goal too, is to raise all of our kids up to get higher to the national percentile 50th and everybody being above. But right now, we're always going to have a group that's going to be there because we're only comparing against ourselves.
There that people have thrown out is, we could look at proficiency. How do you define that? You could look at national percentile ranks, which means you might want to go with an outside vendor if you do something of that nature. Or is it looking at grade equivalency? Because everybody at Kroger understands my child's in the 3rd grade and they're achieving at the 3.2 grade level. They understand that. So, how do we look at that comparability? I love the idea of national percentiles because it shows us where we're going, but also too, if you look at grade level equivalency, that's another one that people understand. So again, this is not how we do this model. It's here's the framework, but what exactly is the test? What does it look like? Who develops it? Do we put it out to some type of RFP for vendors, or how do we handle that? It's something else we'll have to hash out.
I think we also have to look at how it interplays with the literacy work that we're doing.
Mickey shared with me, I think that was Mickey. all of a sudden there was somebody right there, that, the board did pass in April some requirements around diagnostic testing for reading and mathematics for K-3. So yes, you would have to look at how all of this worked together. And some of this gets into really very technical kinds of things, and we do have a technical advisory committee that we would want to go to and ask for some technical national expertise on the design of assessments.
So the second option is around a pilot of the competency-based approach. In this one, the state would pilot a new system of assessments that adopts the competency-based approach, where the student would engage with authentic demonstrations of their skills, knowledge and skills, where the schools would engage in developing sophisticated tasks that students would engage with real-world experiences that would be beyond the Kentucky academic standards. It would incorporate knowledge, skills, and dispositions within these authentic tasks. This approach would be for reading, math, and science. Would also have a short summative assessment at the end of the year. Because this one is an ambitious approach to assessments. We would need a good bit of onboarding with this one. We would need to engage with developing the preparedness in which that schools would be able to implement a competency-based model. So looking at this option, this one again is the most ambitious of the assessment options that we are presenting. It would have to, we would have to work with pilot districts. Our local labs of learning would be engaged with this option around these authentic demonstrations. And then the final option here is to reduce the number of assessments that determine the proficiency just to those that are federally required. As a reminder, the U.S. Department of Education only requires reading and math every grade level 3 through 8, and then once at high school, and then the science assessment once per grade band. Kentucky goes beyond and assesses in social studies and writing. Kentucky values those content areas and those assessments. The option here would be to move those pieces into a more local assessment, a more authentic demonstration, and continue on with the single summative or the through course model, either option A or option B. So option C isn't a standalone, but dependent on the two options here for either a through course model or the competency-based model. Now, I want to take us to the next slide, which you can see that there's not a lot of agreement on which model to go forward with. You can see across the board that there are differences in all of our stakeholder groups.
Problematic, and maybe that contributes to that rainbow of choices. I felt like I didn't answer this, by the way, because I was a board member, not a cool member. But as I looked at that and thought about how I would answer it, I found myself choosing between my favorite children. So I felt like I don't know that it was representative of what I would have selected if I were able to isolate each of the elements. Just a thought. I don't know if you've gotten that feedback.
Feedback, and as we move into the study phase, we'll make those adjustments to that instrument. Yes.
Because we also think that a lot of people chose the reduce piece because everybody'd like to reduce, But then within that, you could have either type of assessment. Right.
Competency-based.
So I think as we hone this in, we can get much more specific information. But you can see there's not as clear of a path from just the current feedback as, say, with individual student growth.
SCAC members, go SCAC.
That's the ones that turned the survey in, obviously.
Looking toward a possible path for implementation, we could move forward with performance assessments with our social studies and writing while taking the approach of going ahead with a through year. So similar to what we mentioned with the vibrant learning experiences and accreditation model, we'll take two paths. An option to adopt this, what could be that we move forward with both a through course model while developing the locally developed performance-based model in the social studies and writing domains to build that preparedness for that. And looking at the, for the assessments, Dr. Young, you've mentioned one of our possible study questions. Are there other questions that you would like to know and would help you make informed decisions?
Dr. Fletcher and I were just talking about the fact that, Jennifer, I like how you're describing this as an evolutionary process moving forward, in that we go with what the field is able to handle at first. But do you remember when we did, Rhonda, you'll remember this, you and Ken did it. We bridged from curious to cats. And we gave them, we gave folks 2 years to kind of understand, here's what's going to happen. Here's this trapeze bar. Hold on to it. But get ready, you're going to jump to this one in just a minute. I'm just mixing my metaphors for fun. But that kind of notion, and again, I think comms is really important to this, Mike, because we want to make sure folks understand this is not constantly changing the system. This is a system that is growing and evolving over time to become what we want it to be. But we're going to support the field all along the way in the data collection piece, what kind of professional support the department can offer in that, while taking care of CSI and TSI, of course. But I think that's a different way to think about it.
It's an opportunity to collaborate to build capacity. How many of our districts are ready now for vibrant learning experiences? We may be, what percentage of your students are getting the capstone experience or the defensive learning experience? Well, and how many of our districts are just now implementing their portraits of a learner? So you first of all, if you start off with the, our goal is to have vibrant learning experiences, and I'm using that just as an example. I know we're not talking about that right now, but our goal is to have vibrant learning experiences, and then maybe in a couple more years, we're going to say, what's the quality of those vibrant learning experiences? And then looking at how that, I know that's back on the accountability part, but similar to the assessment here too, we take it in steps of this is the final goal, but up to this point, we got to build that capacity before we can get there.
And I do think vibrant learning actually is a really good example of how this process will iterate, because it's implementing from the portrait to implementing it in the classroom to some ability to be able to gather data on the implementation. And that's one of those where what I like about that is something that Sharon and I talk about all the time, and that is when the assessment and accountability system drives good practice that results in vibrant, high quality, highly engaging learning at the school level, then the state board has done its job, mic drop. And that's really what I think that drives the high quality instructional change. Yay! Welcome. A stranger just sat down by Diane. We're so happy that you're here, Dr. Pate. Thank you so much for coming. Who who is that guy sitting down over there? So excited. When you looked at your name tag, it was a big clue for me. So we'll be introducing everybody tomorrow, but you're jumping right into the deep end of this pool, so thank you for being here. I'm glad you're here.
One final piece before we get to next steps is we've said evolving system, and we'll take that same approach with reporting as well. So reporting is going to be reflective of what directions we go with assessments and accountability. So the school report card and reporting would match that as we evolve throughout the time frame. So modify the state report card to reflect the immediate changes, and then continuous to update it and reflect the policies that are implemented. So just a note that reporting will move along with what the other decisions are. And then some questions around reporting about the metrics and what schools would be submitted. I think that goes back to some of your previous questions about how the schools would be encouraged to submit information as well.
Annular question on that front, Jennifer, and I'm not sure that you even have answers to that yet, but in terms of possible study questions, we've looked at Greenup County, Fleming County, Kenton County has been mentioned today, Allen County and Logan County as local accountability models, and they're all grappling with the tech side of the house. What does that portal look like? How do they protect data privacy for students and then still get into a public-facing dashboard? I know the superintendent in Fleming County has met with you guys, met with Kelly Foster, is meeting with David Couch about that element. So my assumption here is that it's likely to lead to some radical changes to what we now think of as the school report card. Have you played that out? And it's federally required.
You've got a federal piece, and there are things in the card that are federally required. But then we do have our portal for parents that's part of that, and then an open house where we put data files, and like this year's reporting will be mainly through open house.
Well, transparency is
And there's
federally required
transparency in
now,
there.
right?
There's lots of information
Yeah.
in the school report card, but obviously then you're talking about another element of information that's geared more toward the local, and how would that be accomplished as part of a link into the school report card or on the school report card?
Some kind of study question around what would that interface look like for schools that are already building dashboards at their own expense. I happen to know those districts are doing it as inexpensively as possible. Allen is using that one group. It starts with an A, I can't remember, but like Brian Kriesman's working on his on the weekends. So, I mean, this is a garage build, I think, for some of these districts, but something to think about.
And also too, just as our chairman had spoken about earlier, is making sure that we're addressing our gap groups, making sure there's equity reporting. How exactly are we meeting the needs of our reporting out our disabilities groups, our male versus female, our different socioeconomic groups, or our race. We want to make sure that we handle that. And something else that we may want to think a little bit about too is, and I don't know where this would fit in, but we really need to put a lot of thought into our English language learners and how they fit into all of this. Because if you look at Warren County, which is basically becoming a refugee area, I talked to Superintendent Clayton, and they have students, they have 120 languages represented within their district. So how does that look and all this? We don't have that question today. I mean, we don't have that answer today, but how, when we go through those type of things, how do we handle the English language learner and go from there also too?
So the next steps, as far as the feedback that you have had, has been wonderful today. So thank you very much for all the good questions. and input and reactions. We'll take this back and update the current version that you have into a version 4.0. And that version will be shared very broadly. And as I mentioned, there will be surveys associated with the 4.0 so that we get a larger group of stakeholders and a larger number of respondents to those surveys. We're also going to, as we move into the study phase, move into interviews and one-on-one conversations with districts that are engaged in this work, and both within the local labs of learning and those that are outside the local labs of learning, so that we're getting a lot of varying responses and engagement. We'll take that feedback, then we'll be taken to the Kentucky United We Learn convening in October. We'll have that meeting the end of the month. You as a board will have an update around that research at the beginning of October at your next board meeting. So there'll be an update around the study phase. We may not have all the information, but just to keep you up to date and with the progress that we're making on the prototypes, and then eventually get to that goal of our moonshot in meeting that time frame.
I have one question.
Yes.
Can you define for me shared broadly? Information is going to be shared broadly with all stakeholders. What your definition of that is?
So we have various people that are working on that as well. We've got individual networks that through the department that we will be taking that to. We got stakeholder groups. We got the commissioner has a lot of advisory councils that it will be discussed with. We also have a work group that is a communications work group, and we've got members of the Kentucky United We Learn Council that is very involved and going to help with that, involving communities, involving parents, along with educators, stakeholders, and getting a broad group by groups.
They include the 18 districts that are part of the L3 network, which is the local laboratories of learning. Yep. And it's also include 18 other districts that are not, at least 18 other districts that are not a part. But also, too, when we have that 4.0, we're going to distribute it to all districts. That way everyone can see it. And then, of course, try to ask for that input as we come back. So anybody who wants to see this and be a part of the work, we absolutely would love for them to be on board.
Well, I think I know some groups that don't even know about the work.
Okay.
So that becomes my concern. So with the other 18 districts that you're going to involve on the onset, are they ones that have been actively involved in some phase of this work or not?
The first 18, yes. The next 18 may have been doing some portrait of learner work in their districts, but not necessarily involved in the local laboratories of learning work. So some of them are going to be, this will be totally new to them. Whereas others have had probably checkpoints where they've been so far in their portrait of learner work, or where they've done maybe some talk of local accountability, but it's a varying group.
I guess my concern is that it be very intentional to those groups that have not been involved, so that it doesn't come off as something they're doing to us again, but not doing with us.
And that's why we're asking 18 other districts, other than the 18 laboratories of learning, who volunteered for the work and been a part of this. So we wanted to include 18 other districts that have not been a part of this work directly. They may have been doing some things independently, but they haven't been a part of our network per se. Would you agree with that? Absolutely.
That comment back to the group that's building the communication plan, because I think it's important of how do we reach out to communities, to parents, to groups that are not engaged through the normal processes that we might have.
Along those same lines, I think developing some communications tools that will help, just a primer around the work that we could start engaging families and especially students, Preston, with. I know we have the Commissioner's Advisory Council. We also have the Kentucky Student Voice team. There are other students that we can get in front of this who are savvy in the policy work that would probably have a lot to add as well. And I think I asked this question on the 29th, but Jennifer, I'll just press it one more time. Slide 2 with our great graphic of the moonshot. At what point do you imagine that we will be sharing a glimpse into our work with Secretary Cardona's team. Robbie and I were at Education Commission of the States back in June, and one of his deputy chiefs of staff said, bring us this information. We are relying on states to bring us this information beyond IASD states. They want to know what this looks like, and they want to be engaged earlier in the process. So what you're thinking about at what point we approach the feds?
We've got to get to a point that we have a more defined approach, because right now it's a very high level and without a lot of details, and I think that's what we've talked about picking up in the study phase as well. So we have to have more details around the direction that we're going in order to do that. So it's going to again be evolving.
Now to see if they'll share their hand.
Actually, we're already engaging in some research just through some of our partners with the assessment world on what's happening with through course right now around the country. So those kinds of pieces of information we can move forward with. I think what Jennifer is talking about, to really fully go forward with a federal level to say we're seeking permission for various things, you really need a plan that's developed. Not you could get some feedback, but you've got to have a plan that's developed before you get to a phase of any kind of approval.
Offer, and I feel like I'm micromanaged. I'm stepping out of my lane, so you have a gavel you can use too. But I guess I would just encourage earlier questioning and engagement rather than waiting until we get a really, really pretty package that we take them and they say that package is ugly. Anything that we can do, Sharon's been an undersecretary. She knows kind of the belly of that beast as well. So anything that we can do to start testing hypotheses and hunches and ideas. This deputy chief seemed very sincere. Lillian Pace from KnowledgeWorks was with her on that panel. We have a lot of influential partners in CGSA with Center for Assessment, Center for Innovation and Education, KnowledgeWorks, Susan Lyons. I don't know, I just think, I'll get out of your lane, but I just think this earlier and more frequent engagement with them might bode well for us in the design and save you guys some unnecessary work that if they just say, we're not going there, then you guys take it off the table.
And to add to that, there's two comments I'll make. First of all, I think it's a good idea to engage in that type of conversation. Okay, we're leaning this way. So from a federal standpoint, what are the pitfalls? This is the way we're leaning. And again, I think we need to have a pretty package eventually when we're presenting and we're looking for that final approval. But if we're leaning this way, what are the pitfalls for that? I also want to go back to what Diane said, if she wouldn't mind. I think it'd be very important for us not only to, when we go out to our 36 districts, but also to send out to all districts that these are the 36. If you want some more input, you can connect with one of those 36 districts. So I think that would help us to advertise that broadly, to say these are, and some of those 36 districts may say we don't want to be a part of it, and then we'll find someone else that will, because that's a big burden. We understand that and we appreciate it, but we're going to invite 18 others. But then if we get those names out to districts to say, hey, look, you know, I know, for example, Lawrence County is an L3 district. If there's surrounding districts there that's not one of the 36, then they can contact the people in Lawrence County and say, okay, this is some of our thoughts. Have you thought about that too? So that builds that network, and that would be very broadly at that point. Would you agree with that? All right, thank you. So we'll look at that, doing that also.
We have 2 more minutes, folks. Rhonda, you and Jennifer nailed it.
Ladies, thank you so much. First and foremost, the work that the two of you and your teams have done behind the scenes. But you know, Jennifer, you've taken a great lead on this, and you're really handling this very beautifully and professionally, and even handling the questions of your commissioner very nicely too. So thank you for that. And also to everyone else that's a part of this, Karen and your team, and as part of this strategic work, thank you. We appreciate that so much.
Sarah Snipes, and
yes.
So it's a whole team effort.
Yes.
But appreciate Jennifer's leadership. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Again, thanks to Jennifer and to Rhonda and to everyone today for a very productive meeting. At this time, we will reconvene until tomorrow morning at 9, but I do still need a motion to adjourn for today's date. Do I have such a motion?
So made.
Thank you. I can always count on Mr. Trimble. And a second?
Holly Bledler, second.
Scared me for a minute. Thanks, Holly. All those in favor of adjournment, please respond by saying aye. Opposed, you silly people? Nay. Okay. Thank you.